call this meeting to order, please. Everyone knows the rules as to how we're going to work this. Put up your hand if you want to be heard. I can see everyone on my screen. If you fall off the call, you have a number there for Gary Porter that will get you back on the call. Does everyone have that number in front of them?
No.
Do you want that number?
Well, I'm a little concerned that all I have is a black screen, Mr. Mayor.
I
And
can see you, Councilor Gatward.
Pardon?
I can see you.
I have a little picture in the corner of me, but I can't see anything else.
Okay,
Why is that?
could you take down this number, Councilor Gatward, in case you have more problems?
Sure.
It's 226-387-0003. So if you fall off the call, Joan, and can't get back on, just call that number and Gary will help you back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will the budget presentation be on our screens?
Yes, it will.
Maybe that's why my screen's black at the moment. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Gatward, if you're up in the little corner there, if you hover your mouse over it, or I guess you're on your are you on your iPad or are you on your computer?
I'm on my iPad and my picture is in the right-hand corner at the bottom.
So if you hover over top of it, it's just because it's minimized. There'll be something there with a little arrow in it that says exit minimize video, and it'll take you back to full screen.
Oh, now I can see John Wheat, Heather Boyd, and John Bell.
There you go. You're good to go.
But the rest of the screen's black. That's okay.
I want to get one of those mirrors, and I see Mayor Bailey, and I see Councilor Coleman.
Romper room. Romper room. All right. Anyway, if you fall off, we will wait for you for a few minutes. We obviously have quorum, so we will continue after maybe 10 minutes.
Could be fine.
But you'll get back on sooner or later. When we go in camera, Heather will stop the cameras. We'll take a note of, and then we will go in camera. So the first thing on the agenda, is there any question? First thing on the agenda is to take the attendance. Councilor Wheat?
Yes.
Councilor McAlpine?
Present.
Councilor LaFerriere?
Here.
Councilor House? Councilor Bell?
Here. Yeah.
Councilor Pierce?
Present.
Councilor Chambers is absent. Councilor Miller?
Present.
Councilor Coleman?
Sure.
And Councilor Gatward.
Present.
Second thing on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Is there any additions to the agenda relevant to the reason why we're gathered here today? No, seeing none. Councilor McAlpine, you have a resolution?
Yes, I do. Moved by myself and seconded by Councilor House that the Committee of the Whole 221 draft budget agenda and addendum for November 12th, 2020 be approved.
Okay, and everyone's sure there's nothing that they want to add? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of approving the agenda as it stands? Any opposition? Seeing none, thank you. Number 3, pecuniary interest. Does anyone have any? Seeing none, I need a, oh, do I have one? Nope. Seeing none, I want a motion to convene as a community of the whole.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councilor John Bell that the County of Brant Council convene as committee of the whole to consider the 2020 budget.
Thank you. Everyone's clear as to why we've done that? All those in favor? Opposed? We're sitting as a committee of the whole. So this part of the meeting is when the general managers are going to make presentations to this committee. I would appreciate most of the major questions at the end of each person's part, everyone's presentation. If there's something you just need to know right that second, you can give it a go and try to put up your hand. And if there's a break in the presentation, we will let you speak, but there'll be time at the end of each person's segment for you to ask as many questions as you like. Everyone's clear? Number 4 on the agenda is the opening remarks. Heather Boyd. You're going to start the presentation for Michael Bradley so that he can begin with his opening remarks. Everybody see that screen? I hope so, because I can't see everyone's hands at the moment.
Heather, I think Heather, you
Yeah.
just need to start the presentation. Bear with us, Mr. Mayor, just bear with us.
It should be on your screen now.
It is, Heather.
It just needs to be started, Heather. It's on the screen, but it's not started. You need
From beginning, the top left-hand button.
you need to click the little screen. There we go. From beginning.
Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Good, how are you?
He's all decked out in a tie. Wow.
I know.
Okay, I think Heather's having a few problems. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to get started and just make a few introductory comments, and hopefully we can get that that presentation fully enabled. I'm not sure why it's not running.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and staff are pleased to present the 2021 draft budget to council. And I think I will acknowledge, and I think we're this is a good example of the challenges of trying to have a fulsome budget discussion in a virtual environment. And I think we're going to appreciate council's patience as we do this. I do want to acknowledge the general managers and their staff who have had to put quite a bit of work into preparing this budget during a time when we've got fairly significant demands on staff, service demands in a very complex environment in our background right now. I think all of council can appreciate that. And I am pleased that we've been able to get this budget ready to go. I think when we're one of the earliest municipalities presenting a budget at this time. And finally, I'd like to just acknowledge the treasurer and her staff who have been able to prepare this budget. Again, there's a lot of service demands for them as well, and a lot of reporting requirements coming out of the province right now for a lot of things. So I appreciate that it's been a challenging experience for her staff to have this budget prepared. So Heather, can you go back to the previous slide, please? Great, thank you. So just in terms of how we're going to go about this today, Your Worship and members of council, we're going to run the presentations centrally, and we're going to be asking the clerk to move the slides along. As the mayor mentioned, we are just to maximize how the screen works in a Zoom format. We're hoping to move through our presentations and then address questions at the end. We'll take the presentations down once we presented them, so that all councilors can rejoin the full screen. Today, our presentation plan is to do a budget overview. I'm going to speak to a few slides that are going to set economic context, both nationally, provincially, and locally. And then Robin's going to walk through the high-level draft budget. We're not going to get into some of the greater details that we might normally have gotten into in previous years. We do have a financial plan that's pending for council that's going to get into a lot of things like the broader financial position of the organization, as well as benchmarking for the organization. So we would see that happening in the spring, and I'll speak to that in a little bit. After Robin and I are done, we're going to move into the budget presentations. Again, I've encouraged staff to keep those brief, to keep the meeting moving along, because I think it is going to be a challenging day for us to get through. I'm asking council to go in camera to have a compensation discussion. I think it's an important thing that we need to do this year. It's been a few years since we've had a good compensation discussion in terms of staff compensation. And I think there's some context that council needs to appreciate before they approve this budget. Finally, we would be coming out of the closed session and seeking input from council. At that point, that would be a good opportunity for council to provide us with broad direction on where you'd like to see this budget going. You may be happy with the product as it stands, and then we would be queuing up future meetings to continue the discussion. That's our plan for the day, and we hope that it moves along smoothly. Heather, if you can move to the next slide, please. Okay. So we're having some technological challenge. So my next slide. Thank you. Okay, there we go. So, and validating this next point, it is a complex year, and it's a complex time to be preparing a budget, I think, as we've just very clearly indicated. The country is facing an unprecedented time regarding the COVID-19 pandemic and its associated challenges. Municipalities are also facing very unique challenges. We're seeing very high demands for service, declining revenues. We have obligations, significant obligations around emergency management. We have complex conditions for delivering service, and today is a good example of that. And we really don't know when the situation is going to end. So we're not alone in this. All organizations are facing this. We have some unique obligations, and COVID-19 is making that a very challenging environment. One thing that I did some quick math yesterday, and my estimate is, and this is validated by some other anecdotal information that I've heard and some information that I've read, but about 20% of our capacity right now is being basically drained by COVID-19, either through challenging working conditions or altered working conditions, or the emergency management activities that we're obligated to provide. So I'm calling this year a dichotomy between growth and recession, because I'm going to talk about both of those things as my presentation goes on. Heather, if you can move the next slide, please. So I'll start with our national economy, and there's a chart there, and it shows the retraction from the pre-COVID, the end of 2019 economic level. Just basically those numbers at the side are just a percentage. So at 100%, that's where we were and where we've drifted from that. And so as you can see, we've seen a significant decline in the economic performance of the country. It started to recover in May as the restrictions that shut down a large chunk of our economy were lifted. And then it's projected to, it did recover quite quickly, and then the recovery is flattening. And we don't really see currently the projections are that we would not be seeing a return to pre-COVID economic performance until into the end of the third quarter of 2021. And then we wouldn't be moving into recovery until probably into early 2022. The next slide, Heather, please. So businesses and households throughout the country continue to rely on an enormous amount of monetary and fiscal support put in place by the upper levels of government. There's a few of them listed there. There are others that are evolving, and others will likely evolve as we move into the second wave of the COVID pandemic. Consumer spending stalled in the second quarter of this year and has, as I mentioned, recovered somewhat in 2019. But consumers are still very wary about the future in terms of job prospects and what the future looks like. Heather, the next slide, please. I won't get too deeply into this slide, but it does show real economic growth over the course. Prior to the pandemic, during the pandemic, which is now, it's that center table showing in Ontario a 5.8% decline in real GDP, and then the recovery phase of next year, 2021, where we would recover most but not all of that in Ontario. 5.2% is what is predicting to be recovered. So we will end 2022 still in a decline position from pre-COVID economic situation in terms of real GDP. Next slide, please. The province's economy has fared fairly well, better than maybe it could have, largely driven by the fact that we have a large financial sector and a business service sector, which has been more resilient than maybe some manufacturing sectors or resource-based sectors. So our GDP growth is forecasted 5.2% in 2021, following a 5.8% contraction this year. But we may see that change as a result of the increasing level of the pandemic in the United States, which decreases the demand for our exports from the province. Next slide, please. Locally, we have, I think our local economy has been resilient, and we've indicated this in previous reports. We've just some anecdotal information or some information from our ECDEV group. We had 4 large manufacturers that were able to pivot operations to provide basically services that were focused on the pandemic, which showed how nimble these organizations are. 36% of our respondents in our most recent survey indicated that they would be hiring additional staff this year, which we think is a good sign. We did lose 6 businesses in 2020, representing a very small portion of our business, and it certainly compares to the 8% of businesses that closed provincially and almost 7% nationally. We had 250 businesses reach out to our economic development group for the economic response plan that was approved by council earlier this year. So clearly that was a success. And about 54% of our businesses have accessed some form of assistance that's been delivered by upper levels of government, or by all levels of government through the pandemic. So I think that shows that government is working to serve business through this. The next slide, please. Our local economy is resilient, as I've indicated. We have a strong agricultural and food services sector, which is a resilient sector and would be deemed to be an essential service. And we have a very diversified local economy. We don't have any very large single industries. We have a large number of smaller to mid-sized industries, and they're performing well. Our jobless rate is lower than surrounding areas. Our jobless rate in 2019 here in Brant was 3.8%. It is in August it was 9.8%, and it has recovered to 8.1 in September, and we believe that it's going to continue to trend that way. But again, there is some volatility to that given the current status of the pandemic. That compares well to the jobless rates in surrounding communities as well as nationally. The next slide, please. But we also remain in a building boom. And I think this is very clearly indicated by the number of building permits that we've issued this year over last year. And you can see the significant increase in the number of building permits and the value of those permits. And it's noteworthy that residential, farm, and industrial permit activity was higher than last year. So we still have a lot of depth to our economy. Building is still going strong, and that is, of course, challenging our resources here in the organization. So we have a very strong role to play in that environment. Next slide, please. I just thought I would actually then talk a little bit about our own business because we also have suffered and been challenged by the impacts of COVID-19, and it has been the dominating thing that we've experienced over the last 8 to 12 months. Our emergency operations continue, and we have a number of challenges in our workplace right now that is stretching our capacity and draining our resources. Obviously, adapting to the new norms of the workplace, such as virtual environments. Maintaining essential operations has been a priority for us, and it's a big focus. Teamwork and management in a socially distanced environment is challenging, and I think our supervisory and management team deserves some credit, and all of our employees deserve credit for all adapting to this quickly adapting to a very challenging new environment. We see, and in fact, we've been experiencing this over the last 6 days, rapid changes in the rules and realities around us. Provincial regulations have been fast and furious this year, and we've often found ourselves trying to adapt our workplace to them, as well as adapt ourselves, because we find ourselves enforcing a lot of these rules. So there's been I really credit our team for constantly being able to analyze, adapt to, and implement these changes as they've come forward. Mental health and well-being of our organization and its staff is an ongoing challenge for us. We've done a lot internally, I think, to help with this, to get our folks through this. And I credit everyone for working hard for this. But COVID-19 fatigue is becoming a factor for all of us, and I think everyone everywhere. Our organization is no exception to this. The next slide, please. So the 2021 budget that we'll be going through today, we've worked diligently to develop this budget. It starts at the supervisory level and works its way through the organization up to the senior management team, and then we bring it to council. Again, as I mentioned earlier, and I'll mention again, we acknowledge the difficulty that we're going to go through in presenting and approving this budget this year. I think we're all going to have to be patient with it. But I think we have a good budget to provide council with and a good plan to review it. We will, as I mentioned, be giving high-level overviews of the departmental budgets, including the operating and capital budgets. We have completed a 10-year financial plan. We did that in the winter of 2020, and we've held it back. It was supposed to come to council in April of 2020. That was our target. It does remain on our horizon, but the unknown impacts of COVID-19 and the scale and state of recovery are still presenting some unknowns, and we think it would be premature to put that in front of council and then say, but we're not sure how it's all going to work out. So we would like to bring that forward in 2021, in spring of 2021. We are, I think, optimistic that we'll start to have a better understanding of our financial future. And the plan will address matters such as our long-term debt position, our reserve position, long-term capital funding for the asset management plan, long-term capital funding for the what I would call new assets that are queuing up, and operating sustainability and a range of other aspects. It will benchmark the municipality very thoroughly against other municipalities, and we believe it's a comprehensive plan, and it'll set a 10-year path for our financial future. So it is in a completed form. It does need some revision, and we're hoping to present that to council in the spring. The last thing I'll just mention is that there's new information evolving, and you'll see a different number at the end of your budget than was sent on Friday. And so it just shows you just how quickly the information that influences our budget is changing. We believe we've got a good starting point right now, but we also caution council that there are more things coming forward at this time. We believe the budget is conservative and it's appropriate for the times, and we look forward to having the discussion with council. Your worship, that's my presentation. Unless there's questions for me, I would be turning it over to Robin to continue, but I'm happy to answer any questions before Robin starts.
Are there any questions for Michael? Seeing none, I have comments, Michael, just that I can't thank you enough for all the decisions we've made to this point. You've been very clever. You've been very considerate. No, you have been. You've made some very good decisions on behalf of the county so that people didn't have to go home and lose their jobs or be worried about things. I think that we've treated our employees better than I could have ever imagined we would have. And I think it's because of you. And so that's just to your benefit moving forward. Thank you for all you've done to soften the effects of COVID-19 in the county of Brant the best you could. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that.
Here, here.
Number 5, please. Robin, what do you got for us?
Okay, Heather's going to put up the presentation. So good morning. So today my budget presentation will be much shorter than it has been in previous years. And I will touch on the major points, and I'm happy to answer any questions as we go through. So next slide. So for 2021, our budget philosophy has basically been to keep our service levels unchanged and provide a status quo budget. COVID-19 impacts will be subsidized by funding provided by the province. And for our asset management capital budget, we will be increasing it at the same rate as the non-residential building construction price index. So next slide. So I thought we would just jump right into our, I think is a good news budget. You could go to the next slide. So some of the pages in your binder have been updated, including this slide. So since it was printed, we received updated information from MPAC, and as a result, the tax increase on a median house valued at $363,000 is 2.5%, or an additional $74.68 on the annual tax bill. So you'll probably notice that the original version of this was at 3%, so it's down to 2.5% now. The next slide. So this slide breaks down the budget by revenue and expense categories. Each general manager will go over the details of their budgets following this presentation. At a summary level, revenue is increased by $150,666, or 0.3%, and expenses are increased by $3.1 million, or 5.5%. This equates to an increase, again, of $74.68, or 2.5% on a median home. So listed here are the major budget drivers at a high level. So some of the key ones that are listed on here are the compensation increase to the levy of $828,000. Removal of the surplus carry forward, which we had done previously, but for 2020, we don't have a surplus any longer. The annual boundary compensation decrease, so that will be decreasing each year over 10 years. The capital levy increase, as I mentioned already, that was increased by the building capital index. We have an increase for salt and leachate. The OPP enhancements, which were actually approved in the 2020 budget, just not the dollars. And then down highlighted near the bottom, you can see the COVID driven costs and then the contribution from the reserve, which was seeded by the Safe Start funding to offset those COVID driven costs. So these drivers totaled the $3.1 million increase that we have to our levy. Next slide. We have 9 decision packages this year, totaling $956,000. If all were approved, it would result in a 1.65% increase or $49.17 on the median home. So the list of 9 have been broken down into critical need, best management, and enhanced service. And each general manager will speak to their own requests when they go through their individual budgets. Next slide. So 2020 will go down in history as the year of COVID-19. It created many unforeseen costs and loss of revenue. So some of the 2020 impacts were facility closures, many staff working from home, anticipated direct costs of $1.3 million, and we received funding from the province of $1.7 million. So the balance was transferred to a reserve, which will be used to fund some of the 2021 COVID costs. So there's a lot of unknown impacts related to COVID for 2021, but we tried to incorporate all those costs that we could estimate related to facility closures, loss of revenues, increased cleaning, and attendant staff at many of our facilities. Next slide. So this slide breaks down the 2021 budget costs related to COVID. You can see most of the costs are related to recreation and community development, parks and trails, and rec facilities. So a lot of those require additional cleaning and attendant costs, and some have loss of rental income as well. We have additional technology support, a videographer for mayor and council, increased cleaning supplies, and the library has additional costs related to cleaning and electronic collections. So you can see that total of $546,000 related to COVID, which is offset by the Safe Start funding. Next slide. So this is the last slide I have. Again, it's just bringing it back around to the fact that we're at 2.5% or a $74.68 increase on an average home. So now that I'm done this, the departmental presentations will begin.
You were on mute there, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, how is your first, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Robin. I know I asked this exact same question last year, but I will appreciate, for the benefit of anyone who may be watching this meeting or watching it later on video. Can you again please explain the calculation of the median home in the county of Brant at $363,000 when we all know that there might be 3 houses in the entire county of Brant that are currently valued at $363,000. If you could just explain that calculation, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So those averages are based on MPAC assessment, and MPAC assessment was it was supposed to be done this year, but it was put on hold due to COVID. So we're still dealing with assessments values from 4 years ago. So it's all relative. If we used actual market value, all houses would be worth more. So it wouldn't change the increase on a median home, but it is the MPAC assessment that is used for that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Miller, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you to Robin. I just wondered, Robin, if you could just give us a little more detail, or high-level detail, if that makes sense, on the big drop in fees and service charges of $500,000 and other revenues of, say, $250,000. Is that because we expect the facilities to remain closed? What's the main driver behind those for 2021?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I know Cindy will go through that in more detail when she does her presentation, but we do anticipate at least reduced occupancy in many of our facilities, and we don't know what's going to happen, if we'll have to suspend any programming. We don't know at this time. So we did anticipate that there would be loss of revenue, though, related to that. I believe there's also an adjustment for revenue related to some of the planning fees, which Pam will speak to in more detail.
Okay, so the main drivers then is facilities and planning fees, is what you're saying.
That's correct. But any of the lost revenues would be offset by the grant funding, the Safe Start refunding that we have received. So those lost revenues related to COVID were listed in that slide. That yeah.
But those were for 2020, but you expect these to be there for 2021 budget, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now last year, or this year, sorry, 2020, we got some monies from the provincial government. Do we expect any monies for, well, is there any talk of any funding for 2021 that you're aware of from the province?
There is additional COVID-related funding that is available, but you have to have completely used the phase 1 funding that we received, the 1.7 million. So at this point, we haven't completely used all those funds yet, and so we have to wait until and see if it's still available at that time.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Any other questions for Robin? Councillor Bell first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Robin. Robin, where would I find grants in this page? There's this summary page.
Grants are embedded in the municipal finance details. I will have to get back to you regarding which exact line the grants is embedded on.
But you're confident that they're in there? That's all I need.
Yeah, they're definitely in there.
Okay, thank you. Second question, the degree to which we are not recovering all our property taxes, have we made any assessment of how that will play out in 2021?
Oh, through you, Mr. Mayor, we haven't noticed a big decline in the amount of taxes coming in. We did postpone the deadline to September 30th. Well, we didn't postpone the deadline. We waived any fees or charges related to late payments. But overall, we aren't really showing a big reduction in the taxes coming in.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gatward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Robin. On your 2021 budget drivers page, you indicated M&R aggregate resources and have deducted $150,000 from the total, as well as some 30,000 for supplementaries on taxes. I'm wondering why it shows OPP enhancements and OPP station, but not our Provincial Offenses Act revenue on that page that I believe is $225,000, which is revenue coming in to the county. Why isn't it on this page?
So this page is outlining the major increases or decreases to the 2020 budget. So for POA revenues, they weren't significantly increased or decreased. So they won't be showing up on the driver's page because there is not much of a difference from what was budgeted from 2020 to 2021. So the M&R and the supplementaries are both listed on there as negatives because those are revenues. Those are additional revenues, which are also driving the bottom line of the budget.
Additional revenues over and above previous supplementaries and previous aggregate resource funding.
That's correct. So the supplementaries are driven from additional assessment from growth.
Yes, I know that. Yeah. But last year's supplementaries, you're expecting them to be $30,000 more in 2021 than in 2020.
That's correct.
We don't even have the final number yet, probably, for
We
2020.
don't.
No, because we're doing this budget early. Okay, thank you, Robin.
Thank you. Councillor McAlpine, please.
Yeah, I was just wondering about last year, we had an increase in our impact assessments to help our budget balance better. Are we expecting with the increased building this year to have a similar increase in our impact assessments?
So the actual impact assessments were frozen this year, and so the assessments won't be increasing. The supplementaries is where you see the increased revenue related to growth. So any new homes that are coming online in terms of being taxable are included in that supplementaries amount.
Okay.
Any other questions for Robin? Councillor House, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Robin. Robin, on the list of drivers is a reference to the OPP additional expenditure, and is that specific to? I think there's been discussion about a couple of additional officers specific to the Highway Traffic Act. Is that what that amount relates to, or would it be more appropriate for us to talk about this when we get into the nitty-gritty of departments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer that question. The OPP enhancements are the 356,818. That's separate from the additional OPP expenditure. I don't know if it's on this page or not, but it's 68,000, which is related to the maintenance requirements for the new building.
Oh, okay, then, Mr. Mayor, follow-up question directed to our CAO, who I see is reading my mind. So is that, can you touch on that, please, Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So the $356,000 is for OPP enhancements around traffic, and so this was a recommendation that came out of council last fall. I think it was around October. We put it in the last year's budget, but we didn't put any money attached to it because we knew it would take quite a while to get that in place. So what I can report to council is that there is an agreement, a business case that the detachment commander has written. We've reviewed it. The chair of the Police Services Board and I have reviewed it. It is now at OPP headquarters, and I'm hoping to be able to deliver the agreement, the enhanced services agreement, to council before the end of the year for those additional OPP resources. And again, they would be focused strictly on traffic enforcement, and there would be 2 full-time officers. Hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you very much, Michael. That does answer the question, and in a way that will please a lot of people. That's a very hot topic in our community right now, and I think that's a great initiative. I appreciate the work that everyone, including the detachment commander, has put into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions to Robin? Seeing none, thank you. We'll be looking forward to your next stage of your budget. Michael, are you going to come back in here now for number 6, please, Mayor and Council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will quickly run through the Mayor and Council's budget. Fairly straightforward budget line. I'm not going to spend any time for each budget page. We've listed accomplishments, priorities. I think everyone's been able to read those, but I think Council had an extremely busy 2020, implementing a new standing committee system, starting the work on a new official plan, and initiating a new award boundary review. I'll move to the budget if you could move to the next slide, Heather. I think that would be page 2.3, sorry. So the only significant driver that I would suggest for Council in this, you'll see increase of $13,000 in expenditures for materials and supplies, and this is around memberships. So the memberships in all of the various organizations that Council subscribes or is partnered to, such as AMO, Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, Rural Ontario Municipal Association, and then the addition of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which we entered into last year. These have been going up, and we haven't moved this budget line in a while, so this is just to reflect the actual costs of memberships. And then there is a one-time cost of $15,000 we've put in there because we do believe as we move forward into next year, we're gonna have challenges providing videography services to Council if we want to get back into in-person meetings, but in a larger room. And without the public being able to participate in person in those meetings, we will need some outside assistance for videography services. So we've included those funds in there. Otherwise, that's Council's budget. There are cost of living increases to Council's salaries and wages, and otherwise, I don't think there's too many other significant drivers to this budget. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions to Michael on the, can we, yeah, there we go. Now I can see David Miller.
2 questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The conferences and whatnot, is that money in this budget? Like this part of the budget?
Michael?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I don't believe we made any changes to conference budget. I think most of the conferences are queuing up this year in virtual formats, so we assume that Council will continue to want to engage through those.
But wouldn't the hotel expenses and all that, would that, do you see that as being less? I kind of thought this would kind of stay the same, I guess is what I'm saying, because I think even like the kilometers we submit and all that has gone down quite a bit. And I don't see it reflected here at all. I'm just wondering if anybody could kind of clarify that for me.
Your worship, through you, maybe I'll get the treasurer to sign on and confirm that we haven't changed the Council's conference budget at this time.
Okay. We can do that whenever you're ready. I'll ask my second question then. And there's a line there, complete the ward boundary review. And I'm just wondering, when does that officially have to be approved by Council to take effect for the next election?
We're going to be doing it, the clerk and I are going to be doing it, I think before the 15th of December, isn't it? Heather Boyd, are you there?
Yeah, it needs to be through any appeals process by the end of next year, so.
Oh, we got a whole year to do this?
But that includes the appeals, so we're looking like maybe September realistically.
Okay, because I got some ideas I want to put in, so, okay, thank you very much. And
but we are going to be doing the interviews of all the councilors soon, within the next little while, so that we have lots of time for the appeals to come through. and we can make the modifications we need for the next election.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know, I've given it some thought. So, okay, thank you. And we could go to Heather for that other question,
Heather?
clarification.
Through you, Ms. Mayor, no, there has not been any adjustments in the mayor and council for like reductions for mileage or accommodations for conferences.
Okay, so the money we're setting aside, but we may have a little surplus at the end of the year, depending on how it goes. Okay, great. That's what I was looking for. So thank you.
Are there any other questions? No, seeing none. Thank you, Michael. We have another presentation now. Michael, again.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll roll through the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer fairly quickly. These are fairly straightforward budgets, but within the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer is, of course, my office, which includes the budget to support me as CAO, as well as the executive assistant that serves both Mayor Bailey and myself. The Legal and Enforcement Services Division is included in that, which includes the County Solicitor's Office, bylaw enforcement, and our insurance program. And finally, the Clerk's Office, Council Services, is included in the CAO's budget. And I think we all know what the clerk does. So I would ask for the next slide, please. So we'll start with the CAO's office. Fairly straightforward budget, mostly driven by salaries. Our biggest budget driver this year is the addition of a piece of software we would like to license for at least the coming year. It's called Bang the Table, and it is a public engagement software that allows virtual public engagement. And we can provide council with some more information on this if you'd like, but we are cognizant that for at least the next 5 to 6 months, most of our public engagement is going to have to be virtual, and we need a good tool to do that. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So this is the CAO's office budget. The significant driver is under materials and supplies, which is $18,000 for the licensing for Bang the Table, and we believe that this is a good investment. It's licensed software, so if we can recover out of this and move back to normal public engagement, then we could probably let this go. There's a reallocation in rent and financial expenses for facilities rental, and that's actually reflected upwards in the salaries, wages, benefits, and expenses line at the top. So you can see that does balance out. There's also a bit of a decrease in revenues. So we're allowed to make overhead claims to certain areas that have legislative revenues. This one is for the building department, but it self-corrects every year based on the building department overhead. So that's gone down a little bit because building department overhead has gone down because of some staffing changes. So hopefully that's straightforward. Again, the biggest driver for the CAO's office is the acquisition of software.
Thank you.
Could move to the next slide, please.
I have a question about the CAO piece.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you to Michael. I guess a comment and a question. The comment being, and when I told Michael previously, is that he didn't have an accomplishments section on his office, and I think that's a crime, to be honest. I think with what's happened, especially with the pandemic and the leadership role taken there and emergency operations, et cetera, there's a lot that could be touted. But I'll move on from that relatively quickly. You have the Bang the Table piece there regarding software. In the last budget, I recall we approved widgets that would help with some OpenGov functionality for the general citizens, but also for staff. It was something that we could all get information relatively quickly. Do you know, before we get another software piece, do you know what happened with that widget approval, and did we end up getting it, or can we get information about that sometime in the near future?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know whether Allison, I know that was through the communications group, whether Allison can update on that. Allison, are you able to update that now, or is that some information we can get?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, I can give you an update on that. That app it's called Ping Street. It is almost ready to roll out now. It'll be ready in Q1 of 2021. And that's really push notifications on a variety of services that the county may offer and news. So if there are any community notifications, road shutdowns, garbage pickup, that type of thing. So it's not really an interactive engagement with the community. It's more of a push notification on critical services.
Okay, if I can ask a follow-up, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Through you to either Allison or Michael, will the turnaround time for Bang the Table, and I know there's a lot of legitimate reasons why it was approved last year and it's not going to be implemented, especially this year with everything going on, but what's the turnaround time then for the Bang the Table? Will this be something that will be operating within Q1, or will it be something midway through the year?
Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe, and Cindy, I think Cindy Group is actually the lead on this. There's lots of folks helping out in lots of areas. Cindy, are you able to answer that question, or will we need to circle back on that?
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff are currently working on implementation for that now to have that up and running by Q1 of next year.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Do you have any more? You have more slides, Michael?
Yeah, I think Councilor had a question. Heather, do you want to take the presentation down temporarily?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I had a question.
Yeah, I couldn't see you, Councilor Gatward. Now I can. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Allison just mentioned about a software app that would do all those things like road closures and whatnot. Is that in conjunction with our communications department? Because currently they are issuing notices for all those items that she mentioned. Or is this additional cross, or is it meshed together? That's my question.
Through you, Your Worship, it is done through the communications division, and it is meshed. So basically, this is an app that would be available on mobile devices, where people could pick and choose the areas that they are most interested in receiving news notifications on, and it's done in real time. So again, if they just want to know if there's interruptions due to road closures, again, or garbage pickup, or there's even a division in that for municipal elections when those happen. If they want specific news notifications that go in real time to their cell phone or mobile device, that's what they can get through this app. So it's an integration of the current news feed and services that are already existing on the website.
Okay, that I understand it clearly now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Howes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the CAO. The Bang the Table software sounds interesting, and I think any opportunity to improve engagement with the public is fantastic, especially during these times. I'm thinking this might be an appropriate time if you could give us just a little bit of detail on it for the benefit of people who are observing this.
Michael?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask one of my team members, Cindy, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is your group that are leading this. Are you able to provide an update or perhaps something that we might want to follow up? I'll acknowledge I don't know a lot about it. So.
Sure, no problem. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can provide a high-level overview of the software. And if council wishes, we could provide some further information either at the next budget session or in a Friday file. So essentially, it's a public engagement online software platform where the county is able to post any upcoming or ongoing projects that are occurring across the community and ask for the public's input, thoughts, ideas as to what we're proposing and assist in shaping the outcome of that project. There are also different methods of engagement through the platform. There are options for basically open discussion between citizens, closed discussion, you know, virtual type events to host like a town hall type meeting. So there's lots of different options available within the software. And because it's new, we're sort of learning what's available as well. But if you're interested, you can also go to, I believe the city of Burlington uses it right now. Some municipalities within Waterloo. There are quite a few other municipalities out there successfully using this currently.
Well, thank you very much, Cindy. That brief explanation does help, and I certainly now understand the title of the software, and I know there will be lots of people in our community who will enjoy engaging with that. So, thanks.
Councillor Miller, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to shoehorn in this question at this part of the budget talk, because I don't know. Michael, you mentioned rent and financial expenses. Rent's up $6,000 on this proposed budget, operating budget for the CAO. Just rents in general, given the fact that you know yourself, everybody might, or not everybody, but we could certainly have more people working from home, or they come in the office once a week or twice a week. They could share offices, and I know we were bursting at the seam, and hence you're at Wincy Mills even as we speak. So, you see any impact for 2021 or for 2022 as far as the amount of office space we need for all our staff?
Thank you. And this is a great question, and I think it's something that right now I don't want to really definitively answer, but I'll tell you what my thoughts are, because I do believe. So first of all, just as an example, we're renting 3 suites here at the Wincy Mills. They're not being very well used right now. One of them is totally empty. It was sublet, and our subtenant's gone. We're going to try to find new tenants for a couple of those suites, because we're just not using them right now. I think in the future, we were, as you said, we're bursting at the seams. We had a couple of big facilities initiatives going on in the background. We chatted with council about. I think that's going to change quite a bit. I believe that remote working is a viable option for many municipal staff going forward. Not everyone. I believe that that we can adapt into what we would call hoteling. I think that's the correct term, where we have a space for 3 or 4 employees, and they circle in and out of that space, and then they work remotely the rest of the time. I think this could be a huge future savings for the municipality, and eliminate maybe capital builds that would be quite significant. I was chatting with the chief executive officer of the Brant County Library yesterday, and we were chatting about the new downtown community hub project, and we got into that topic about maybe we could house some staff there at a small level, rather than the larger staffing kind of solutions, staff housing solutions that we were thinking about before COVID-19. So I think COVID-19 has been a game changer at a large level for how staff in not just municipalities, but in all organizations are being housed. And I think it's going to be a big savings. The downside of that, it's also probably going to be a challenging environment for real estate. So that we have business owners that are in the business of renting office space, and it's a very good piece of our economy, and that may be a challenge going forward. So I think I'm hesitant to make a final, tell you what we're going to do right now, what I think we should do. I don't think we're quite there yet, but I do believe that how we use space, how we need space, and the nature of workspace in the future is going to be different than it was 8 months ago. And I think we're going to adapt to it. And I do believe there's a savings there. So hopefully that addresses the question.
Yeah, I need that. I need that issue to be in people's minds, and I'm hoping. I guess. Okay, so there's no line item in the budget, got it. But at the same time, I would like to maybe see that brought a little bit to the fore, maybe looked at a little more in depth in 2021, right? So I'm not looking for specifics, but I am, like I said, I'd like to see that in everybody's mind at least, and looked at further. That's what I'm looking for. We'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Michael? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Your Worship. If we can put the screen back on for Legal and Enforcement Services.
That'd be great. There we go.
And Heather, can you go back one slide, please? So the legal and there we go. Thank you. Legal and Enforcement Services oversees a number of areas, bylaw enforcement being one of the largest ones, obviously the Office of the County Solicitor, as well as our insurance and risk management program. They had a busy year in this group. I think the first of all, with I don't know how many sets of regulations that came out of the province this year that our solicitors group had to interpret and help us action. I give them a lot of credit for what they were able to accomplish, and certainly just 2 years ago we didn't have in-house legal, and I'm not sure how we would have got through this in that previous environment. They've seen a 195% increase in bylaw enforcement in calls, mostly driven by COVID-19 calls related to the emergency management directives that came out of the province, but also 35% increase in calls unrelated to COVID-19. So it's been a busy year for them. Their focus continues to be on education and enforcement, and their rules are changing constantly. So I give that group credit. Their priorities going forward are to maintain service levels and continue to adapt to the changing COVID-19 enforcement matters, and address the kind of these things as they evolve. And we are looking at ways to how we can maximize the productivity of our bylaw enforcement group. It's a small group with a fairly high and increasing level of service demand. So right now we're managing, but we're going to look for ways. And I do appreciate that other groups have pitched in over the course of the last year to help out with those. And I think it shows that our organization is very functional because we're able to pull people into that, get them quickly trained, and get them quickly. A key budget driver for this group is increase to insurance premiums. That's already been through council. We saw significant increases to our insurance premiums this year. I think that's a market trend and something we don't really have a lot of control over. Go to the next slide, please. The budget drivers for this group, if you go to the revenues line, in terms of fees and service charges, we are projecting increased parking fees just because we have busier parking lots and busier areas. So we are writing more parking tickets. If we go to the next line, other revenues, that $24,000 there, that's the John Noble Homes portion of the increasing insurance premiums for the county. Just reminding council that we do insure the John Noble Home. We have for many years, and they continue to be part of our insurance. And so we bill the John Noble Home back, and then it's rebilled to the three partners, the ministry, the county, and the city. And then there's a contribution from reserve funds, which is offsetting some of the insurance increase. This is just this line, but there's contribution from reserves throughout the budget for insurance. Every time we go to market, we usually see a savings in insurance. We put those savings, that first year savings, into a reserve, and then we use that reserve to smooth increases over the course of that policy life. So that's been a good approach for us for about 5-10 years, right? I think two policy renewals has worked well. So if we go down to expenditures, the biggest driver is in the insurance line. That's part of the county's broader insurance coverage, noting it's significantly higher. And we've added $10,000 to contracted services for outside legal, just because the solicitor's office is busy right now. She's continuing to deal with a large number of OMB hearings. So we just project that we're going to need to farm out a little bit of legal to help them keep ahead of things. So that's just a proactive increase, just noting that we are in legally complex times right now. Overall, their budget increase is 2.3%. Happy to answer any questions. Maybe Heather, you can take the slide down.
Thank you. Councillor Miller first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a discussion pre-COVID with Greg Bergeron talking about the increase in calls for bylaw, and there's been a surge in the county. He says it's similar across other jurisdictions in Ontario. And you made a note, or whoever made a note, there's a 35% increase non-COVID. Forget about COVID, 195%. My question is, and it's a stressful job too. And my question is, do we have enough bylaw officers?
Through you, Your Worship. So one thing I can report is over the course of the last 4 months, we actually did a service review. We brought in a contractor, consultant, Mr. Dobby. He's worked with council before. And he did a real quick service review of bylaw enforcement legal, because it's a high change area for us. So there will be some service needs coming out of that. At this point, we don't have them in the budget right now. My reason for not asking for any additional bylaw enforcement staff is we have some other areas of the organization that are, that are potentially maybe shutting down or maybe seeing service decrease. And so we can pull people out of those organizations for the time, out of those parts, and buttress bylaw enforcement. I believe in the next budget, you will see some additional bylaw enforcement resources, unless things dramatically change in that landscape. So.
Yeah, because this sheet is incredible. I mean, you've got this huge increase in services. You got a massive insurance, increase, and yet the net levy is only going up by 2.3%. So it's kind of it's interesting to see that paper. But just, I mean, as a counselor, I will say, and I think I've discussed this with you before, I rely very heavily on bylaw. I think they're the second most the second department that I interact with the most outside of say public works. So yeah, like I say, I rely on a lot, so I don't ever want to see that department shortchanged. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anybody?
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Michael? Councillor Gatward first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the materials and supplies line of $92,388. Could I have a breakdown of that number, or what is included in there?
Michael, do you see where she's looking at?
Sure, Mr. We can get a summary if that's would like. I mean, I would assume materials and supplies are probably the first thing. The bylaw enforcement group does have a fleet of vehicles, so that'd be maintenance and fuel for the vehicles. They have some IT support, some special IT support. There would likely be, I would think, software licensing, because they do have some software that they use for parking tickets and things like that. I don't know whether the treasurer can help me out with any other details, but we could get a full list of those if council wants.
I would appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sure it would be helpful for all members of council to see it, because we get these numbers in each of our divisions and we are not sure what we're approving. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pierce first, then Councillor Wheat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, if I could just, in addition to Councillor Gatward there, I know in the last budgets that I've all been included in, that's been one of my questions as well, about the materials and supplies, and to get a breakdown of them. So I would appreciate that breakdown as well. It looks as though over the last few years, I know we've done a lot to put ourselves as paperless as we can, which is great, but I'm just interested because what you were talking about, materials and supplies for their vehicles and servicing and stuff like that. That's interesting how that would be put into that category. So at any rate, I would appreciate that breakdown as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wheat, please.
Councillor Wheat does not need a list of their supplies.
Please don't send any list to Councillor Wheat.
Oh,
thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think last year we did a materials and supplies output for all groups. We can do that again this year. We'll provide that following the meetings.
Thank you. Please don't send one to Councillor Wheat.
Except for
any other questions for Michael? Seeing none, thank you, Michael.
And I have one more slide for CAO's office, which is council services. If we can just put the
Yep, thank you.
So this is the county clerk's office. It includes certainly the clerk and deputy clerk and the recording secretary, as well as our records group. And they've had a busy year, a lot of adaptation over the course of the year, but they have provided critical support to the Emergency Operations Center as well. For 6 months, we supported the Unified Operations, the Unified Emergency Operations Center, and then the city's resumed that for the next 6 months. So good partnership there. Certainly modernized council meetings over the last 8 months to meet the changing COVID-19 directives. Big priority has already been discussed is the ward boundary review coming up. A new meeting management system is on our books as well as the evolution of our electronic document management system. And preparations will begin over the next year for the 2021 election. The clerk usually starts to move into that mode the year before the election. There is a tremendous amount of work that her and her group have to do to run that. So budget drivers are fairly minor, and if you could go to the next slide, please. You can see the clerk's budget hasn't changed too much. I don't think there's really any substantive changes other than cost of living and others, which we will talk about later. But I just noting that there's a $25,000 annual transfer to reserves. We do that every year, and that's how we fund the next election. So every year we put $25,000 for this current election into a reserve, and then the election year we pull that money out, and that's how we fund the election. So that's the council services budget, Your Worship. If there's any questions, maybe the slide can come down.
Yep, that'd be great. Thank you. I'm looking for questions. Any questions for Michael?
Okay, Your Worship, just before I close with the Office of the CAO and its associated groups, just confirming that our groups have no capital projects to review, noting that the capital project list is included at the back of the binder. We have 2 decision packages. They're actually mislabeled as operations, but I am kind of considering them now in the CAO's office, although they will probably find habitation otherwise in the organization. I won't spend too much time on them, but I'll just note that I have proposed a transportation or traffic safety specialist. The decision package is there. It's fairly self-explanatory. It basically be some designated resourcing to look after traffic matters, traffic safety matters in the county. It is an area of growing concern, I think, as has been previously mentioned. Also, this person would take ownership of the Brant Safe Street strategy, which is a strategy that we're doing our best to implement, but it's being implemented on the corner of many people's desks, including a little bit of mine. That person would be liaising with the new OPP resources that are currently projected to be funded in this year's budget to make sure that the concerns of our community are being appropriately moved to either other county staff members for engineering solutions or to the OPP for enforcement solutions. We think this is overdue, and it's something I mentioned to council, I think a year ago, probably over a year ago. It's something that I wanted to see in the future, but I think it's required. Traffic is certainly increasing as our traffic. The second decision package has a supporting report that was already considered by council, and it was referred to the budget. It is for automated traffic enforcement, also known as photo radar. The report that Robin prepared, I think back in September, has been attached to the decision package. It is a fairly straightforward request, and it is a request that's already been discussed at council previously. Questions were answered about it. I think at this point we're just probably introducing decision packages, and questions I think on them will be answered at a future meeting. So I think the GMs will be kind of highlighting what decision packages are being presented, but I believe that the intent, unless council wants to change that, would be to have the debate on those at a future meeting. Your Worship, that's the CAO's office budget. Thank you. Your Worship, you're still on mute.
There we go. Before we move on, I'd just like to thank the clerks for everything they've done to try to make the best of a very bad situation. Trying to buy microphones and hook us up anywhere they can. And yeah, so they've worked way more than they should have really. And I'm very grateful to them for, again, making us look as good as we can look with all kinds of people scurrying everywhere before every one of our meetings. So thank you very much to the clerks for all they've done. Okay, we're moving on to number 6C, I believe, right? Heather Boyd is going to put up the presentation for Heather Mifflin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, we're looking at taxation and corporate finance and the capital transfer or capital levy. So it's in section 4 of your binders on pages 410 and 411. And this does include quite a number of the large budget drivers that Robin had listed in her presentation. So if we start from the top in the federal and provincial grants, we did, the county did receive a $16,000 increase to its Ontario Municipal Partnership Grant this year. The next line under fees and services, the solar microfits is housed under this corporate finance because it's a financing source. We have adjusted the revenue down just to reflect actuals. If we're moving on to other revenue, it has a $371,000 decrease. In here is the removal of the $200,000 surplus carry forward, as 2020 is projected to have a deficit, and that deficit will be funded from a reserve. Also in here is the annual decrease of the boundary compensation from the city of $170,000. If we go down to other tax revenues, this is where your supplementaries are, and yes, we're increasing them by about $30,000, and this is offset by also an increase to write-offs. Yes. Overall, included in this budget is $1.3 million expected in supplementaries in 2021. Contribution from reserves and reserve funds. This is a contribution from the DC reserve to offset the DC debt that is shown below. So if we move to the expenditures, the first 3, materials and supplies, insurance, and contracted services, all relate to the microfits, and those are decreasing expenses. In the rent and financial expenses, actually this is where the increase to write-offs are. As a result, the Assessment Review Board, ARB, is working through a backlog, and it's expected that as they work through that backlog, we will have an increased number of write-offs. Also, with the pandemic, we have an increased number of applicants for the charity rebate. So we've increased that budget line as well. External transfers. This is, Councillor Bell, this is where the community grant program is housed. In here, in this number is the second year of the 3-year contribution to BGH emergency room of $166,000. And then there's a $409,000 for allocation to the community grant program. Principal and long-term debt, that's the debt for, the increase is related to the debt approved at the end of 2019. So next slide is and we'll move to the capital levy. And the capital levy, as Robin noted, has been increased by the non-residential construction price index at the end of the second quarter, which was 2.6%. And then just to finalize that area, there are 2 decision packages related to corporate taxation and corporate finance. And those are on October 27th. There was a presentation and request for funding from Stedman Hospice and St. Joe's Life Care. Given the large dollar amount, these have been put as decision packages as opposed to being allocated out of the community grant program. St. Joe's is decision package number 8 on page 1124, and they're requesting $70,000 for replacement of beds and mattresses, and decision package number 9 for the Stedman Hospice are requesting $100,000 for residential and outreach program. And they have attached, or their financial statements have been provided and attached.
Thank you. Councillor Pierce, you're first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. You stated that the 2020 deficit will be funded from reserves. Now, would that not all be covered under the, what's it called, the Safe Start from COVID? Is that the deficits we're talking here, or is this something different?
You are, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. We moved the Safe Restart funding to a reserve to be reallocated as needed for both the deficit and to carry forward into the 2021 budget.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, so in essence, that's not really, it's kind of a wash. There's really nothing coming out of the reserves that we had there per se. This is money that was granted that will be taken out to cover that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Well then, Councillor Gatward. Councillor, yeah.
Thank you. The principal and interest line of $4 million. Can you break that down, Heather? How much is interest and how much is principal? Or did I miss that? Did you already give us that?
No, I did not provide that, but I can look that up and send it to you. I don't have it right at my fingertips.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Heather? No, thank you for your report. Again, it's a good time to mention that our federal government and our provincial government have not just thrown us bones, they've thrown us enough money that we can carry on and we can run the corporation, the County of Brant properly and not lose sleep as to where we're going to find the money to do the things. I am very impressed by both governments and I thank them publicly now. Makes your job, Heather, I'm sure, a little easier. Thank you. Number D, back to Robin. And Heather, you've got a slide presentation for Robin, please. Thank you.
So corporate services includes corporate services admin, human resources, business and technology solutions, and finance. And under finance, that also includes tax and corporate finance and the capital levy that Heather just spoke to. So I won't speak to those two items. So next slide. So corporate administration. So some of our 2020 accomplishments include ongoing financial forecasts related to COVID-19, completion of a compensation review. However, it was put on hold due to COVID. Completion of the financial plan also put on hold due to COVID. We've run fiber optics to the airport and fire station. And we have implemented various softwares, including the Robin room booking, Pearl replacement, which is ongoing, tax system replacement, and asset management software. We've also undertaken the Bill 108 implementation, which is the community benefit. So for 2021, we have implementation of automated speed enforcement, of course, pending council approval. OPSU negotiations, GIS process improvements, asset management process planning, various additional software implementations, including HRIS MyWay, eSolutions modules, and Pearl replacements. And we have purchasing policy review finalization. So we will look now at the budget. Our total revenues are unchanged at $3,650. The major portion of that is other revenues, which is the income from South Dumfries nonprofit housing. The expenditures are $383,504. The biggest driver in there is under interfunctional charges, and that's an allocation from Public Works overhead for administrative support.
Robin, should we be on another slide by now?
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay. Just for clarification, the materials and supplies budget for corporate services admin includes training, travel, memberships, and phone and photocopying. There's no capital projects for corporate services admin and no decision packages as well. So next slide. So for human resources, for 2020, our accomplishments are job hazard analysis project, which was a health and safety initiative. There was over 80 recruitments. We provided support to other divisions with COVID-related issues, including emergency leaves, redeployment, and screening protocols. We also transferred all recruitment, onboarding, and internal training to an online format, given the situation with COVID. Our priorities for 2021 include contract negotiations with OPSU and PWU. Since this was printed, PWU has been settled for a year. HR policy and procedures review, the HRIS software implementation, and mental health initiatives. We could go to the next slide. So the revenues for human resources, it's listed as other revenues, but really what that is a recovery from building for overhead costs. The expenditures total $846,000. The bulk of that is related to salaries and wages. We have a reduction in materials and supplies, and that's related to the reversal of a one-time cost we had in the 2020 budget, which was $9,000. And the $2,000 one-time is for new chairs. And the contracted services increase of $53.60 is related to EAP, additional EAP costs. There's no capital projects for human resources and no decision packages.
Thank you.
Go to the next slide. For business and technology solutions, they've had a very busy year. Their 2020 accomplishments include migrating to Microsoft Office 365 and established virtual meetings via Teams. It's actually a good thing that we went to that platform because we use Teams all the time now for our internal meetings. We've developed a cybersecurity strategy. We established a cybersecurity administrator role and implemented mandatory training. We've expanded the use of mobile GIS data capture solutions and drone technology. We've developed a solution to provide a centralized 4.4 Brant public-facing contact center. So that's in place now. We've enabled 175 staff to work from home using VPN access. Facilitated the council meetings via Zoom and replaced the audio solution for remote council meetings. We've expanded the fiber optic network, as I mentioned before, to the airport and community center. And we've established a Scotland high-speed wireless communications tower, upgraded the crisis fire dispatch system, and we've established a secondary county-hosted disaster recovery data center and tertiary replication of an off-premise data center hosted by Rogers. So for 2021, some of our priorities include asset management software implementation, migration and training, next generation 911 standards, a Radius server with centralized authentication, authorization, and accounting management, and positioning systems with improved location accuracy for field data capture. We could go to the next slide. Okay, so for the budget for business and technology solutions, our total revenues are $226,000. $112,300 of that is under I think it was 2 years ago. So that
Yeah.
person has been undertaking the role of purchaser. We have a purchasing policy that guides all of our purchase and provides policies about who can buy what at what amounts.
Right.
But it just needs to be updated. So there's some new things around some of our RFP processes, and we just need to look at our limits and look at the best practices that are out there in other municipalities, and just modernize basically the policy.
Okay, so that's good. I just wanted to confirm on that that is in fact that purchaser is in place and it's working well. It's just a review as to lessons learned thus far, I guess.
Essentially.
Okay, thank you.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Michael, you were going to speak to Councillor Pierce's question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, just so it's not it isn't perceived that we've created 80 new full-time positions in the last year. So those 80 recruitments would include new positions created in the budget, replacement positions for people who have left or retired. They would include students, contract employees, and so and include our paramedic service and the upstaffing there. So I just wanted to clarify that they weren't all newly created positions, that there is a lot of replacement in there, as well as student recruitments. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Good. Are there any other questions? Councillor Gatward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Robin, you mentioned $60,000 for attendance and payroll software. Why are we replacing what we have now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a very complicated integration of all of our finance related pieces and how they all work together and talk to each other. And the system that we have now, Pearl, is causing many problems and it's not functioning very well. We're also looking at how we can update our processes so that for salaried employees, they would be just inputting their time off as opposed to having to go and input all their basically time here. So those two aspects of process and technology integration have kind of led us to this point where we know that we need to get a new software.
So yeah, on page 4-2, it does say e-solution modules and Pearl replacement. So you said Pearl wasn't working very well. How can we be assured that whatever we replace it with is going to work well?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so when we evaluate other softwares that are out there, we do a lot of investigation beforehand, and we look at how other softwares are working with similar finance products to what we have. Excuse me. So we go and we talk to other municipalities and see how these are integrating and what their experience is. So we try to ensure that we get a product that will work seamlessly with the current technology that we have.
And do the costs include staff training as well?
The cost would include staff training.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gatward. Are there any other questions to Robin? Seeing none, thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
We're going to move on now to number E, please, the library. Fred, are you here? And Kelly's here too. Great. Heather, do you have a presentation from Fred and Kelly? Thank you. Welcome, Fred and Kelly.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. We're happy to be here to present the 2021 budget for the library. Heather, could you please move ahead? Okay, so I think our largest 2020 accomplishment by far has been that we were able to continue service throughout COVID. While it changed shape, our service, we were able to maintain comparable levels through different mediums. We immediately pivoted to online service and on delivery of online programs. which were very successful in the community. We were ready and positioned to offer curbside service the second the province allowed it. The library board approved our COVID operating plan, and we moved ahead to offering curbside service in all of our branches. So while the libraries did close to the public in March, they reopened for curbside service, face-to-face service in May. We were able to welcome in-person visitors back to the branches on August 18th with our COVID operating plan in place. Our 2021 priorities are going to be continuing to meet the growing demand for electronic services. Because the take-up of these services during the COVID closure has been so great, we need to do our best to continue to meet that demand. For instance, our use of children's electronic books went up over 500% over its normal usage patterns, and our demand for online programming is continuing to grow. We have two projects that were approved by Council for 2020 that we have had to delay until 2021, and those are our strategic plan. The library will develop its own strategic plan to guide our direction for the next 5 years, and also the planning and development for the new Paris main branch and the community hub in downtown Paris. That's going to be a top priority. We are very motivated to understand what the design of that building is going to look like, and realizing that the landscape of capital builds in the county may look very different going forward. We want to explore what a community hub can and would look like in downtown Paris. So our budget drivers for 2021, as I said, will be to increase electronic collections, meet the demand for electronic use of library resources. And also we have some costs, like many departments, related to increased cleaning and sanitizing for COVID, as well as here and at all 5 of our branches. Heather, can you move ahead, please? So here's the budget for 2021 that the library board has approved. You'll see that our federal and provincial grants have not increased. They remain static as they have for many years now. We do expect a small donation in 2021 that we have anticipated on the books. That's that one-time $1,000 that you see. Our fees and service charge income is changing quite a bit for 2021. This number reflects the loss in income from overdue fines, which have been impossible to charge throughout our COVID closures, and have our decision not to charge going forward to eliminate that barrier to the public. This also, though, reflects the loss of income from our meeting room rentals. We are anticipating much lower income for 2021, and we hope to be able to offer rentals in some form by Q2 or Q3 of 2021. The contribution from reserve funds will cover the capital projects that I'll speak about at the end of my presentation. So expenditures for 2021, the largest increase is in salaries, wages, and benefits. This covers our cost of living increases as well as contracted increases that we anticipate for our staff. Materials and supplies, these will cover the rising costs of the electronic materials. As I mentioned, they continue to get more expensive. At the same time that demand is increasing, this is important for us to continue to cover the cost. The one-time purchase is for a new exterior book drop for the Glen Morris branch. Those things are surprisingly expensive. The one we have now has served us well, but needs to be retired. Some of our insurance costs are increasing slightly, and the contracted service increases that you see are primarily due to the cleaning costs for our 5 facilities related to COVID needs over the year. Our rent and financial expenses are going up slightly due to, I believe, mainly banking expenses here, but I think finance could give us more detail there if you require. So all of that said, our overall net levy increase for 2021 is 2.1%. So through you, Mr. Worship, Fred and I are both pleased to take questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Kelly. I know it's been a bit of a letdown year for you too, like all of us, but just be patient with us. Are there any questions for Kelly or for Fred? Councillor Gatward first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was very pleased when the libraries reopened because I was almost out of books when you closed. Anyway, that being said, I'm going to have to stock up in case we have to, well, we're not going to have to shut down again. I'm going to think positive. But my question is regarding the expense for the Onondaga office equipment for the library. Is that installed and up and running? Or is it not going to be running until such time as the fire hall opens?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we are ready and waiting to install the unit. It is landed here in Canada, and we have movers lined up to deliver it. It will be installed as soon as the fire hall is completed, which, of course, as you know, that project has been delayed due to COVID, but we are nearing, they are nearing completion, and we are nearing the ability to install that unit. We fully expect to have it running by the end of the year.
Wonderful news. Thank you very much, Kelly.
Any other questions for Kelly or for Fred? Councillor Pierce, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, a couple quick ones here. In the 2021 budget drivers, you've got increase to electronic collections due to rising costs and significant demand. With with that form of collections, do you see this as becoming a way of the future, so to speak, that more people are going to get onto electronics and start doing things that way? How do you see that fitting into the future of the library?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that will continue to be a factor in how service changes in the library over the years to come. Since about 2010 or so, we've seen consistent growth in electronic use. The proportion of print use has decreased slightly. We're maintaining a healthy number. It's decreasing slightly and being offset by growth in electronics. So I think that is going to continue. I don't think we're going to see the phasing out of books anytime soon. I think the tactile element, the face-to-face human elements related to book use will continue, but electronics are going to grow at the same time that they get more expensive, unfortunately.
Right. Your worship, sorry, I just wondered if I could interject and add a little to that. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Pierce, I would basically want to underline the fact that the virtual library and the electronic is part of the library's present in a big way. Mm-hmm. And I expect that it will continue. And I want to remind you that it was just about a year ago that the library board came and we sort of notified the council about our redesigned and about to be launched new website. And we're so lucky that we got that up and running just before COVID, because it's works beautifully, and I think it really helped the citizens access their library through all this.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like a part B to that, that's exactly kind of where I was leading on this, Fred, is the fact that over the last few years and the last 3 or 4 years, I know the library board has been working diligently on not transforming totally, but working their way into the digital world. Now, do you feel that makes it easier to I don't want to say run a library, because I know for a fact that's not the only portion of it, but with having that, do we see the decline in the as Kelly called it, the touchy-feely signing out of a book, or do we feel that that's just an added feature that may have brought more people into using the library again?
Kelly?
So through you, Your Worship, currently we're seeing the electronic things as being an add-on above and beyond what we've been doing. It's a vital part of our service, but it has increased the amount of work that we have to do. As that changes in the future, we will be shifting more to online programming. We'll be increasing the online services for sure. There won't be an overall reduction in service.
Okay. No, I wasn't talking service. I was just talking like as a whole is you know, are the public going to more of a you know, sign it out digitally rather than the touchy feely? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, so through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we do continue to see our numbers of digital circulations increase. We are constantly dealing with consistent demand for education on how to use the services, as you know, different segments of the population buy new technology. They often come to the library first to learn how to use it.
Very good. Okay. And thank you for that. And one other one on 9.3, when you talk about the fees and service charges, you spoke that, you know, a portion of that is due to the loss of income for overdue fines and stuff like that, which I totally agree with the way that was handled. So I just want to get that on board for sure. What percentage of that do you feel is strictly to the overdue fees that were not collected?
Do you mean the percentage of the 11,500?
Yes. Yes.
It is mainly the, I'd say it's about 90%
okay.
loss of the overdue income.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pierce. Are there anyone else that have any questions for Fred or Kelly? Fred, you want something? You have something to say?
Yes, I will be very quick, but I think it's important because it's been a while, Your Worship, since we spoke through you to council about library things. I just want, as chair, I just wanted to congratulate Kelly and commend her and the whole staff. The county has not missed one day of library service through this whole situation. We've had the online services constantly, and of course we were, as she mentioned, one of the first libraries in Ontario to launch our curbside. We were ready to reopen for visits, and the credit goes to Kelly, her leadership, and the whole team behind her. They've been professional, they've been imaginative and creative, and they've been courageous. So I just wanted to put that on the record and publicly thank them. And we're just cheering them on. The library board is cheering them on, and we're humbled by what we see.
Well, thank you for saying that, and thank you for telling us that. Kelly, you want to reply to that?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. No, I'm sorry. I actually realized that I forgot to speak to our capital projects. I apologize. I do thank Fred for the kind words, but I wanted to make sure council got the full budget information that you need. You will see in the capital section that we have 3 small capital projects for 2021. That includes our normal anticipated growth in the collection, as well as some exterior maintenance of a capital nature, and replacing soft seating throughout the branches, which will be given new consideration in the light of COVID protocols going forward, let me tell you. But all of those projects are covered in full by development charge funds and capital reserve funds. As well, the library has no decision packages for 2021.
Thank you. And we do thank you, Kelly, for everything you do. We hear nothing but good things about the library, so thank you for what you do. We didn't expect any less, by the way. Councillor Gatward has her hand in the air. She always has her hand in the air. Councillor Gatward.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
Anyway, maybe that's a good thing. I just wanted to comment. I was very happy to hear that there was an increase of 500% in children's library books being taken out during the time of shutdown, or whatever you want to call it, or over the course of, I don't know what time, but it just shows how important our libraries are to children, and it helps keep them engaged. It helps teach them to read and enhance their reading skills. And it's a very important service to the residents of the County of Brant. So I really appreciate all the good work the library staff does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gatward. Any other questions or concerns for Fred or for Kelly? If not, thank you for your presentation today. And we'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Thank you.
number F. Heather Boyd, you've got a load of presentation here for Pam. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, and good morning, Mayor Bailey and County Council.
Morning.
The Development Services Department proposed 2021 budget begins on page 5.1 of your binders. And as you're aware, Development Services consists of administration, development planning, policy planning, development engineering, and building. So next slide, please. On page 5.2 and 5.3, you can see that the administration team has been busy in 2020 with the department reorganization, which has introduced a new policy team. And we've also made some changes to the front counter customer service and building. The priorities for 2021 will include a continual focus on streamlining development processes, initiating tandem policy projects to assist with the development of the official plan, such as heritage conservation districts and urban design guidelines, and continuing to overall improve online and in-person customer service. Slide, please. And our 2021 budget drivers for administration are simply salaries, wages, and benefits, and a small increase in administration overhead and recovery. Slide. Moving into development planning and policy planning. On page 5.4 and 5.5, you can see that there's been a number of accomplishments to both development and policy planning this year. Our planners have introduced new policy for accessory residential units, cannabis, on-farm diversification, and a new tree conservation bylaw is forthcoming in December to council. Planning has also experienced a high volume of applications this year. Year to date, we have had 187 applications, most being zoning, consents, and minor variances. And in 2019, we had 168 planning applications total. Planning, with the assistance from legal, also completed 8 LPAT hearings this 2020 year, which utilized much staff time and resources, and they were all settled without contested hearings. We have completed a countywide zoning bylaw update and are also actively pursuing the new official plan project. And in 2021, planning will be implementing Bluebeam software to assist with site plan review and completing various policy initiatives, again, such as the heritage districts, urban design, and of course, the new official plan. Slide, please. You will see a drastic change to the development planning percentage budget on page 5.5. And that's only because the policy budget was created from the development planning budget. And in 2021, these budgets will be separated. In fact, we're seeing an overall savings in development planning area as salaries and wages have overall decreased, and our planning development application fees are proposed to increase for 2021. Next slide. On page 5 and 6 and 5 and 7, you will see that development engineering division is really status quo. The development engineering team has successfully implemented a Bluebeam software in 2020, which has greatly assisted with electronic drawing review and was a blessing during COVID as staff have been working from home. They have also initiated an overhaul of the site alteration bylaw, which will be coming to council early in the new year for consideration. And staff have been more visible in the field with clothing and a field services vehicle. In 2021, development engineering will be continuing to streamline development processes, improving integrated lot grading review, and will be assisting with the phased growth management strategy. Slide, please. There is only a slight increase in 2021 in salaries, wages, and benefits. And it should be noted that you see a large percentage change again on page 5.7 that is only to do with how engineering administration fees are accounted. Development engineering collects this fee from developers, which is based on a 6% of the total cost of construction for subdivisions. These fees vary from subdivision to subdivision. It's typically the larger the size of the subdivision, the larger the cost of construction, and hence the larger fee. These fees are received at the county just prior to the execution of the subdivision agreements. And the issue we've had in the past is that the county has many subdivision applications that we're working on, and timing of the execution of subdivision agreements and the value of the fee fluctuates from year to year. We have taken an in-depth look at this accounting process, and we will be showing these fees on the books at a later time and holding them in abeyance until appropriate. And this will balance the books in a much more realistic view. Slide, please. And then finally on pages 5.8 and 5.9 of the proposed 2021 building budget. As Michael mentioned earlier today in the introduction, the building division has been very busy in 2020 with a high volume of building permits. Year to date, the building division has issued 631 new residential units this 2020 year, with 418 being single family dwellings. Last year, building issued a total of 250 units for the entire year, and 154 were singles. The building division has also issued a number of commercial and industrial permits in 2020, including the Health Hub with a construction value of $12 million, and Confederation Freezers had an additional permit with a construction value of $13 million. So overall, the building division has issued about 900 permits to date at a value of almost $236 million, which has created an overall healthy building reserve of approximately $3.8 million for 2020. In 2021, it is expected that the building division will remain busy, and there will be a continued focus on streamlining development processes, particularly with commercial, industrial, and institutional. And we will be upgrading our CityView software to keep building records up to date and improve permitting processes. And we will be purchasing Toughbook computers for the building inspectors to utilize out in the field to assist with the volume of work and working out of the office more fluently during COVID. It should be reminded that the building budget is self-sufficient and does not affect the levy. Development Services has no proposed decision packages for 2021. And on page 12-3 of the budget binder, you'll see that the official plan project is the only capital project that Development Services has for 2021. The remainder of the project requires $150,000, which of $39,530 comes from reserves, and $110,470 will be utilized from DCs. So I'm happy to take any questions at this time. And I also wanted to thank Dustin for all of his help with our team in preparing the budget this year. And Development is looking forward to a strong and prosperous 2021.
Thank you, Pam, for all you do. Councillor Howes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Pam. Thank you for all the information, Pam. I had one specific question specific to, there's a reference to heritage conservation districts in the 2021 priorities. I know that we had conversations in 2019 about the hiring of a heritage planner. And I was wondering if you could just speak to whether that was affected by COVID, and if that's still an ingredient in us achieving some of our goals related to heritage districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Bailey, to Councillor Howes. Great question. We did do some reorganization in the planning area this past 2020 year. And out of that, we've created a very strong policy team consisting of the manager, Jennifer, and then, of course, Brandon, Jessica, and Michelle as the planners. And besides the OP, they're all kind of divvying up work. Michelle's doing some environmental. We've got Jessica on some special projects, and Brandon will be our point person on heritage specifically. So we're really going to try to do tandem projects along with the OP to do some of that forthcoming work on heritage conservation districts. And we anticipate that we'll get a good chunk of that work done in 2021.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Pam, the development planning, you talked about the removal of one FTE. Has that occurred? Is that like, do we need less planners? Is that what I'm reading there, or did that person transfer to another department, or is that, or I know we lost some planners, but in that whole process, are we now one FTE? We're not replacing it. Could you just give me the details on that?
Absolutely, through you, the mayor, to councillor. Again, good question. Yes, through the restructuring of the planning area in 2020, we moved some of the zoning administration team into the building area. And have an additional building staff member, which of course doesn't play on the levy, but that team is now taking care of the zoning, which therefore allowed Jessica and Brandon in particular to move into more of a planning role, and they're taking on additional works, and we were able to eliminate an FTE very successfully, but continue all the good work that we're doing in planning.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Councillor Bell, please. You're muted, Councillor Bell. Councillor Bell.
Yeah, my mouse died on me.
There you go.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Pam. A couple of questions. One on development planning and policy planning. Where would I find the cost of the services that Watson are providing?
Through you, Mayor Bailey, to Councillor Bell, could you be a little bit more specific on what you're looking for?
Yeah, I know Watson's are doing a lot of work for us in the update to the official plan. Where would I see that in contracted services, or would I see it elsewhere?
Oh, yes, sorry, through you, Mayor Bailey, to Councillor. Yes, that's absolutely right, contracted services. And I can outline a few details of what we're anticipating through Watson's in the official plan for 2021. The capital project there, we have remaining 120 of which 90 will be in consulting fees, and that will be to complete our municipal comprehensive review and technical studies. And then the remaining 30 would be for consultation, engagement, and advertisements.
Okay, I've bent this record a few times, but do we feel absolutely confident we have enough resources to deliver the official plan within the time frame available? It'll be the last time I ask, don't worry.
Through you, Mayor Bailey, to Councillor Bell, we thank you for your continued support. Jennifer and her team really feel that they have enough staff resources and finances for 2021 to complete the project efficiently. But we will let you know if anything changes. Thank you.
That's wonderful to hear. One final question on building. What is the anticipated workload for the building division in 2021? It's grown massively 19 to 20. Do we see 20 to 21 going the same way?
Through you, Mayor Bailey, to Councillor Bell. More or less, yes. We anticipate, because of the number of subdivision applications that have previously been approved and that have gone through the LPAT system, that 2021 will be probably just as busy in the building division as 2020.
So just as busy, but not busier.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Okay, and I'm just looking at the fees and service charges line on 5.9, assuming if we have more business to do, that line will increase. But as you said, it's self-sufficient. It doesn't have an effect on the levy. Thank you.
Councillor Pierce first, then Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, a couple quick ones, if I could. I'm just going to touch on what Councillor Miller was saying there in regards to the FTE on the development planning. Totally appreciate the fact that the work your team's doing, and fully support that they can handle it. I'm just going to throw it out there that it kind of scares me in that particular realm of our overall that we're taking out an FTE, but I'll leave it in your hands as long as you feel that you've got enough support and enough staff to do what you do. Then I will leave it at that. I just needed to air that out as Councillor Miller did there. Question on page 5.6. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit. And you talk about the 2020 accomplishments, created staff visibility in the field with County of Brant clothing and vehicles. Can you just elaborate on that? Like, hopefully we didn't have them walking naked. Now they've got clothes in a vehicle. I'm just curious what all that means.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Bailey, to Councillor Pierce. Earlier on this year, I think it was Councillor Wheat who actually asked that the field services staff become a little bit more visible for the public and our contractors that are working. And we did that. They've got coats and vests and hats and all kinds of good things that say field services, so that when they're in the field, it's very apparent that they're representing the County of Brant. And we've also transferred one of the building vehicles to development engineering. It now says development engineering on the side, and it's very apparent when our field services pulls up at a construction site that they're there to review and oversee the development.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And then just one last comment. Again, thank you for all your team does. It's been a busy 2020, and as Councillor Bell alluded to, I'm sure that 2021 and even 2022 are going to be a little crazy. So thanks for all you do.
Okay, and Councillor Gatward, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Pam. Pam, the reorganization, yeah, I was surprised when Jessica was participating in the official plan, and I thought that's wonderful because we're using her skills, and she did very well in that virtual process. But I didn't realize that zoning had been transferred down to the building department with the reorganization. And what I'm wondering, is it possible to get a small flow chart of how the department is organized now? I'll tell you why I'm asking. I had somebody call me about zoning, and I referred them to Jessica because she's always been our zoning administrator, but apparently she isn't anymore. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Bailey, to Councillor Gatward. That's correct. Both Jessica and Brandon, who previously did zoning compliance or information work, have moved into the policy realm. They're very capable in the policy realm, and I appreciate those comments. The transition of zoning is slowly occurring right now from Brandon and Jessica through to the building area, and also our development planners are also picking up some inquiries. So as we've had new staff start in building, we're letting them get up to speed and get trained. But come January 2021, we'll be providing some communication out to the public, and we're happy to share that with staff as a flow chart to let you know who's doing what and who should be contacted for what.
Great, thank you very much, Pam. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Pam? Seeing none, Pam, the only way your presentation could have been better is if the pictures that you put with your presentation could have been from Burford and not Paris. So maybe you can think about that for your next presentation.
We'll keep that in mind for next year.
Thank you. I think this might be, Allison, this might be a good time for us to take a break before we hear from you. I don't know that we need to take a break, but I'm assuming somebody might need to. Heather Boyd, any idea of how long we should take a break for?
I would just say that's up to council if they want to take one big break, or we want to take a short one now and then see if we need another one later. Whatever council thinks they need.
What do you think, council?
2 minutes.
It's 11:15. When was the lunch break planned for, Mr. Mayor or Heather?
Well, I think it was depending on how quickly we get through these presentations, whether or not we would need a lunch break. So if we're thinking we just need a 5-minute break now and we'll see if we can get through it, or if we want to keep going and then plan for lunch break, I'm not sure where we're headed.
I'm thinking we need to take 10 minutes now and no more, and not take a lunch break. Any support for 10 minutes now?
No lunch.
And no lunch. Anybody have any better ideas?
Where's Councillor Wheat's candy?
Seeing no better ideas, we'll break now for 10 minutes and then we'll go right back and hear from Allison. All right, if you could put the presentation up for Allison, please.
Yep.
Thank you. Welcome, Allison.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey. And through your worship, I apologize, first of all. I know I had some dog chaos in the background, so I think it's calmed down now. So hopefully I'll make it through this. So strategic initiatives involves strategic initiatives administration, economic development and tourism, communications and public relations, and more recently, public transportation and accessibility services. Next slide, please. I won't spend too much time on this. There aren't any major changes. I would note that just for your reference, that the development liaison position lives within this budget. The only major driver for this is a full annualization of that salary and step increases. Aside from that is a status quo budget. Next slide, please. And you can go on to economic development, please. So this division, like many others, experienced an interesting year and has pivoted most of the operations to the economic response to the COVID pandemic and supporting businesses through that. As of the end of March, I'm happy to say that they had a plan in place for economic support and recovery, and it's been quite successful. We were down 2 staff, remained down 2 staff in the division, but they've been able to roll out that plan quite well that was approved by council. And there was a number of new programs and initiatives that were able to be initiated and achieved through successful grant applications with no impact to the levy. Next slide, please. So I'll just speak a little bit to the major drivers here. Under the fees and services, there was a slight decrease due to filming applications. Filming obviously not happening through a large part of 2020, and no sponsorship fees for Salute to Brant, which was canceled for 2020. Under salaries, wages, and benefits, again, that speaks to annualization of new staff salaries and step increases. Materials and supplies are slightly down due to some programming that did not happen in 2020. The $1,200 one-time is for a laptop for one of the positions. And under external transfers, $3,000, which was for games prep for the Ontario 55 games, is out because, again, that is not happening and has been deferred to hopefully 2021 or 2022. Next slide, please. Communications and public relations has been extremely busy this year. The bulk of their time has been spent on emergency response communications and support of the EOC. They have 4 staff. 4 staff only recently joined the team a couple of months ago, which has been able to stabilize their workflow a little bit. Next slide, please. I'll speak a little bit to their budget. Salaries, wages, and benefits. Again, that goes to annualization of salaries for new positions. Materials and supplies goes to the Pink Street app, which we mentioned, an increase in the user fees for Jostle. That's only because of the amount of staff that we have. We've gone to a separate tier, so that cost has gone up. Art stock, professional fees, and replacement of video equipment as need be. Under contract services, that is just an in and out from media training for council that was approved for the 2020 budget and did not happen, will happen in 2021. I will mention here that there is one decision package you will find for this division. I'll just speak to it now. Again, it goes to the demand for these services have increased exponentially, particularly during COVID-19, but also a continuation of trends and how people like to receive and digest their information. There are so many things happening in the county, and that increases the public interest and the need to engage and receive regular updates. The decision package is for a videographer. We have seen a massive increase, and again, this is a continuation of a trend that's just been accelerated through COVID-19
for video services. It's proved to be an excellent way to communicate with the public, both for the mayor and council and for special projects that have gone on. Right now, that work is being done on a on-demand basis by our graphic design specialist, who has some equipment and experience in doing that. She is the only one in the division who has the experience and expertise to do video editing. But again, that's really out of the scope of her current position. Moving forward without that position, we don't feel that we're going to be able to maintain even the current services, let alone demand for new videos. So that's really what that position would focus on, filling that gap. Next slide, please. Public transportation and accessibility services. There's 2 staff in this division. It was an unfortunate year to launch Brant eRide. It launched officially in January of 2020. And of course, weeks later, we were experiencing the effects of the pandemic, and the ability to ride share and have shared ridership with the service was essentially eliminated due to COVID-19. So that's had a huge impact on us really being able to assess the potential for that service and expand into future iterations. There will be a report coming to council later this month that will speak to some of the solutions that staff has talked about, how we plan to address some of the deficiencies in the service, and how we foresee that moving forward. Next slide, please. So under public transportation, when you see the change in the contribution from reserve and reserve funds under revenues, that refers to the provincial gas tax allowance, which is a variable amount from year to year, and it's determined by the province through a formula. So that is expected to go up or down as we move forward in each year. The expenditures, the increase in materials and supplies is related to membership in transit association, bodies that allows us to access comparable information, stats, and really be able to benchmark the service of eRide against other municipalities. And certain supplies that are related to increased communication plans and advertising in relation to that service. Contracted services, that is the current budget amount as laid out by the IBI group, the consultant who did the public transportation plan. So that was a foreseen increase in the service for 2021. And again, the report that will be coming to council later this month will speak more to that service. Under accessibility services, really the driver there is related to annualization of the salary for the 1 staff member in that division. That is it for the slides, and I'm happy to answer any questions in relation to any of the divisions.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor House, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Allison. Thank you for all of the information, Allison. The divisions under your umbrella have done a fantastic job of delivering on some very important elements during a challenging year. And I look forward to seeing the report on where the public transportation side of things is going to go. Just because it's mentioned as a budget driver, I was wondering if you could please touch on the eRide third-party services briefly, and understanding that we're going to see a bigger, broader report very soon.
Certainly, through you, Your Worship. As I mentioned, it was an unfortunate time to launch a program that's really based on ride sharing, as that wasn't able to really go into effect in 2020.
And as council is aware, it did replace the subsidized transportation program that was previously running. So in essence, the Brant E-Ride is a combination of two programs. So it's the introduction of new microtransit for the broader community, and also still delivering that subsidized transportation service as it ran before. One of the sort of iterations that we are just getting back to now is the commuter program for industrial areas and the business community, which is really where we saw a large potential for growth. We have one pilot program going now, and really that's bridging the gap between surrounding municipalities who might have their own or do have their own public transportation service. So the sort of last stop, for example, in a Brantford or a Cambridge or a Hamilton, and moving those employees to business locations within the county. That's been largely successful in the short time that's been running. The other potential that, again, will be outlined in this report is how we can partner with other community services. Largely, public transportation, whether it be in the county or anywhere else, is a social cost. And I think we should be mindful of the fact that it will always be a social cost. So to that end, we want to make sure that we're providing social benefit to the maximum possible. So we are exploring ideas. I had a brief conversation with some suggestions, great suggestions, I think, from Councillor Ferrier on how we could potentially start integrating some other social agencies within not only just within the county, but within the broader region, and really serve that vulnerable population. So those are the two areas that we're sort of expanding the service into. As far as deficiencies, this is a new service, and microtransit really is a novel offering that we didn't have a lot of comparables to look at within the province. So it's definitely been a learning curve as far as how it should be oriented in terms of administration and customer service. So those are really the gaps that we've worked with the provider to fill. They've been very receptive to our suggestions on how to do that. And we feel that we have a good solution to really shore up those issues as have been identified by the community, and have this be a service as everyone envisioned it to be moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Allison, a couple quick ones here. Just a comment on the e-ride and public transportation. I agree. 2020 has really, kicked it back some, but I appreciate everything that was done through COVID to try and keep it going as we could with the single ridership and that sort of stuff. So appreciate the fact that we're gonna, let's see how 2021 goes, and I'm a firm believer that this is a great thing for the community, and I think it'll show that more in 2021. So that's my comment on that. On page, what am I at here? 6.6. In the 2021 priorities, you state in their comprehensive review of websites and online services. What sort of are you looking for efficiencies? Are you looking for a complete rebuild? What sort of ideas have you been throwing around in order to come up with that as one of the priorities for 2021? What are you looking at getting here?
Your worship, so at this point in 2021, we're not looking at a full rebuild. We're doing really two things throughout 2021. One is a cleanup. So basically, we have a lot of, we never really had a dedicated staff member previously who was working on the website. The new staff member to that team is largely going to be working on the website review and removing all the things that are sitting in the back end that are really affecting how the website works, how quickly it works, and the responsiveness. So that would be, for example, uploaded PDFs that are no longer live. But they're sitting on the back end. So making sure that there's a full cleanup of that. To date, they've already removed thousands of documents that were sitting there from either old projects or old documents that were sitting there from previous years. So moving forward, that's going to be a way to really improve the efficiency of how the website works. And secondly, looking at other services that we can move online. I would say the
the tax module that's being added this year is a good example of that. Bang the Table will be another one that will integrate with the website. So what services are we currently providing where we can move a little bit more of that online and have that ease of service that's not only safe during this current environment, but provides another avenue and convenience for the residents and how they can get services. We will also be, it already is, but integrating further some of our social media platforms into the website as well. So it's a bit more of a one-stop shop there.
Okay, that's great. And like I say, I know in the last few years we've come a long way with our website, which is fantastic. You talked about removing some of the outdated documents and stuff like that. You know, might I suggest just archiving rather than removing, just in case there are people out there that still want to go back and look at that history. And another thing, when, you know, with the revamping and stuff, I know our hits on our site are a lot better because now it's getting to the point, like you say, if you put in a search for, you know, XYZ, and it's going to be a little bit smaller of a return on the number of documents that there are. But might I suggest that we put some sort of FAQ on our, whether it be our homepage or whatever like that, just with the changes you're making, as I say, with the way people are going and more people are using it. I think just a quick little FAQ on the front page might just allow people to navigate more easily and spread the word that, hey, you know what, we've got a good site now, it's easy to navigate, because that's been the statements that I've heard in the past, is a lot of information on there, just too tough to get at it. So I'm happy that this is happening, and thank you.
Any other questions for Allison? Councillor Laferriere first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Allison. First, as a comment, I sit on a couple of committees that work with other municipalities, and economic recovery has come up, and your department moved so quickly, and that was so good to see in a delicate time, that a plan for economic recovery with COVID was taken seriously and launched within a month. And there are other municipalities who are just now literally coming to bear with their plans, because they spent a lot of time, and honestly, the plans are similar to or not as robust as ours. So kudos to you and your staff on taking that seriously and moving quickly on that. On the E-Ride piece, I know that there is some discussion about the unfortunateness of the timing, but having talked to residents who, because of E-Ride, were able to stay employed, and to talk to residents who, because of E-Ride, were able to maintain or go to medical appointments that became incredibly necessary during COVID in a safe way. Yes, there's a social cost, and yes, it isn't what we had envisioned, but I think that's good. Looking at other municipalities, that report that's coming, will it compare the costs of basically if we had a traditional transit system, because I know most municipalities are being choked financially to death by their transit systems, and we haven't been. I know there's an increase in our expected cost, but it's like $100,000 or so. Can you maybe just provide a little color on that piece, if we had gone with a more traditional system, or even kept our old system, which would still have to run and was close to the same cost?
Certainly, through you, Your Worship. There will be a comprehensive chart included with comparators for surrounding municipalities and comparably similarly sized municipalities throughout the province, that will be included in that report with some commentary and context around it. So, Mike, again, I'll reiterate that microtransit is quite a novel service. So most other municipalities who provide them have their own fleet, for example, which is a massive capital investment and very costly to maintain. Just to give you a very high level ballpark sort of numbers, typically transit service on a per capita basis is running between $60 and $70 per capita. Ours is running, even I think with the proposed changes, an increase at approximately $18 per capita. So we're significantly under. There are others that are falling in that range also, but the service isn't comparable that they provide either. It's not a 7-day service, or it's only running in certain urban areas of their region, not throughout the entire region, and not bridging gaps with other transit services that connect with our municipal boundaries. So While there are others, like I said, in the same sort of cost per capita region, they're not providing similar services. So it's very efficient in how it's running at the moment, again, on that per capita basis. And again, I'd reiterate that it's also a combination of two services, essentially, that subsidized transportation service and the microtransit for the broader population.
And then if I can follow up, Your Worship, just one last question, I guess. Well, first, to thank you, because I know we talked about connecting some mental health services, which we're seeing on the rise with the community safety and wellbeing team. If I remember correctly, the shortfall because of the issues with COVID, the province did provide us with some gap funding for that. And I remember it because I remember ours was so low to cover the gap compared to, say, Brantford's. Is that correct for this year?
Through Your Worship, so there were some funds provided by the province. Again, we don't have the final amount. Really, it's meant to go towards sanitation of the vehicles and providing barriers, that sort of thing, within the vehicles. So we are awaiting the final amount that we'll get from that funding. Right now, it's not expected to be a huge amount, but I'd say probably about 18,000-20,000 will be coming from that. And we haven't seen the expected revenues from fare collection, again, because we haven't been doing the shared ride service. But we're projecting to have still roughly about 80,000 by year end that will offset those costs.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Miller and then Councillor Gotward, please.
One of the benefits of going a lot later is a lot of your questions get answered. Thank you. Allison, look forward to seeing that report at the end of this month on the E-Ride. I just want to ask, you got the fees for E-Ride. I assume that's what people pay to use the E-Ride, $88,000 in 2020. And then in 2021, you got the same amount. Is that because we're expecting the ridership to be the same, give or take?
Your Worship, right now we are anticipating that it's going to be roughly the same. Again, we're running an industrial pilot at this point, so we're hoping that will offset it somewhat. But the other thing that I would mention is that in that report, I think we're going to put forward some suggestions on potentially increasing the fares at some point. So we're hoping that we'll make up some of the deficit this year and the projected fares. At this point, we didn't want to suggest to council that any of the fares increase. They are quite low at this point, but we also recognize that there's some deficits and difficulties with launching the program. So the staff recommendation is that we wait until at least mid-2021 to reassess that and bring a recommendation forward to council on what we do with the fares. And if we're going to increase those at all through 2021, or perhaps wait till 2022.
Okay, and we're obviously getting gas tax money for it, correct, for this program, I would hope.
Your Worship, you're correct. The contribution from reserve and reserve funds, that is the gas tax.
Okay, I look forward to the report, and obviously I'm quite interested in the whole program, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Gotward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I had a question about the E-Ride rates, but that's going to be looked at, and I'm pleased to hear that. The other questions I had were with respect to the strategic admin initiatives shows a proposed budget of 416,000. Is that for 1 or 2 employees?
That's for, excuse me, through Your Worship, that's for 3 employees.
3 employees? Okay. And I have the same question for the economic development and tourism budget of 921,000. How many staff does that include? We used to get that information in our descriptions, but it's not in this year's.
For your worship, there are technically 6 positions within that division. Currently, only 4 of them are filled, although 1 is on medical leave, so that salary is still included.
Okay, thank you. And communications and PR is 517,000. So you mentioned that we only had 1 person who could do videography and editing. And I thought she did, if it's the same person, a great job on the Canada Day video. Is she within this department, the communications and public relations? And how many staff? Is there 2 or 3 in that department?
For your worship, there are currently 4. And again, that's including the director. The 4th was just recently added a couple of months ago. That was approved in last year's budget to begin mid-year. So she just joined. So that includes as I mentioned, the director, 2 communication specialists, and a graphic designer.
Okay, and who is the director? Melissa
Connor.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Allison? Councillor Bell, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Alison. I'm pleased that there is a review of the website going on. I think it's a very good website. I just find the search engine to be terrible. If you put in a simple search, you'll get back thousands of results. So the very simple way of improving the efficiency of that website and making it much more useful would be to improve the search engine. So could you put that as one of your priorities for the year, please?
Yes, through your worship, just to maybe clarify what I was mentioning to Councillor Pierce previously. So removal of or archiving of all of those historical documents is part of the reason you're getting too many results. So that function is really what will improve that search capability. And I felt it was important to go through that exercise of cleaning up the back end and improving the search before a complete revamp of the entire website. So we want to make sure that all of the back end is completely cleaned up, that we have the capacity to actually be able to do that cleanup, but also add in all the new modules before we look at revamping the entire website, which is likely something that would be looked at in 2022.
Yeah, thoroughly agree with that approach.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Allison. And Heather, if you could put up the presentation for Cindy, please.
Thank you, Heather, and good afternoon to the mayor, members of council. I'll be presenting the Community Protective Services budget. As indicated, this department includes our administration team, fire services, paramedic services, recreation services, cemetery, and parks and facilities. Next slide. So we started the year focused on the continuation of delivery of high quality emergency and community services to our residents and preparing for growth of our municipality. When the COVID-19 pandemic arrived, every division of the department was significantly affected, from sudden closure of programs and facilities to quickly adapting and creating new and revised methods of service delivery, to ensuring health and safety protocols and protections for our emergency services personnel were appropriate, to keep our staff healthy and ready to respond when called upon by our community. The administration staff each supported the county's emergency operations center as well. Our 2020 accomplishments included oversight of continuation and recovery of services impacted by COVID-19, oversight and supply of the corporation's personal protective equipment, completion and transition to the new county OPP detachment with the move-in date later this month, completion and transition to the new fire halls in Cairnsville on a council meeting, and completion of the fire master plan. The project was affected by the pandemic in terms of timelines, but staff are working with our consultant to finalize the draft and bring forward by presentation to council by year end. Our 2021 priorities include continue adaptation and review of our services in response to COVID-19, implementation of enhanced community paramedicine programming, which was announced recently, capital project oversight for community facilities, including the Cairnsville Community Center, Barker's Bush Master Plan, and fire station additions under the decontamination and hygiene program, and implementation of the new public engagement online platform, Bang the Table. Next slide. So the administration budget, excuse me, there's not too many changes here, noting that the main budget driver is with respect to salary and benefits for cost of living and benefit increases, as well as reorganization to include the project manager position for community and protective services. There's a very minor increase to materials and supplies related largely to membership and subscriptions, and addition of a cell phone for the project manager position. Next slide. So fire services, the County Brant Fire Department is responsible for the protection of life and property due to fires and emergencies, and utilizes 3 lines of defense when planning to meet the needs of the community, including education, inspections and enforcement, and emergency response. Over the course of the pandemic, the fire chief has acted as the municipality's community emergency management coordinator, with exceptional support from our emergency management program coordinator. 2020 accomplishments include completion of the fire stations and planning transition to the new stations by the end of 2020, acquisition of new trucks for our fleet, finalizing the fire master plan, continued implementation of the decontamination and hygiene program, which this year significantly included approval to begin phasing in a second set of bunker gear for our firefighters, and transition of our communications dispatch personnel to the County of Brant OPP detachment. The 2021 priorities include recruitment of new firefighters and completion of the recruit training program. Process is underway to onboard 30 new firefighters to fill vacancies created by retirements and attrition. Updating our firefighter remuneration policy, and implementation of the fire master plan. Next slide. Fire services budget. There is a budgeted decrease in expected revenues, noting that an adjustment was made here after reviewing the past few years of actuals. In discussion with the fire chief, he noted that the MTO has changed their billing system and is more stringent now on what they are paying for. And also Norfolk has reduced the number of times that they're requesting our services through automatic aid. The salaries and wages have the biggest impact overall from adjustments related to cost of living for administration and firefighting personnel. There are increases in materials and supplies, largely related to an increase to reflect annual support fees for the crisis communications system, as well as an increase in expected utility costs related to hydro. The contracted services have increased to allow for additional bunker gear cleaning. The external transfers reflect the service agreement approved earlier this year with the City of Brantford for emergency communications dispatch backup. And there's a transfer to reserve included for money from equipment sales flowing into the Fire Reserve Fund. And I'll just take a moment to highlight the 2021 capital projects for this department. There was a replacement of a pumper truck at the Mount Pleasant Station. Continued projects included in the decontamination and hygiene program. Replacement of training equipment, and replacement of aging public access defibrillators, as well as replacement of rescue boats. Next slide. So the County of Brant is the delivery agent for paramedic services delivered to the City of Brantford and the County of Brant. Governance oversight for the paramedic service is in accordance with the City and County Service Agreement. The COVID-19 pandemic has significantly impacted the operations of the paramedic service this year as a healthcare delivery agent. The safety of our staff and our patients continues as a key focus. So the 2020 accomplishments include managing through the pandemic without an effect to the budget. And this is attributed to provincial funding covering COVID-19 related expenses. There has been an influx of monies into the community paramedicine program from the province as well, through launch of community flu clinics, flu medic program for remote home access, and we were awarded funding for expansion of the program for residents on long-term care waitlists. Through partnership with the Brant County Health Unit and in coordination with the hospital, the paramedics provided COVID-19 testing to long-term care, the long-term care community and our own first responders. We continued with training of our advanced care paramedics as well, and we launched new software to track our fleet movements and calls, including offload delays. The 2021 priorities include continuing to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, looking at new station or facilities, continuing with IV training for our primary care paramedics, launch of new CAD software, launch of, as I mentioned, new community paramedicine programs, expanding to our current programs in place. Next slide. So the 2021 budget, the key budget drivers for 2021 include the annualization of the addition of 4 full-time paramedics for the new 12-hour ambulance that began midway through 2020. There are also expected increases driven by year-over-year volume. So materials and supplies have some increases related to medical supplies, linen supplies, fuel, clothing, and vehicle maintenance. Economic adjustments for wages and benefits are also a budget driver. The budget also includes a return of $200,000 to the contribution to reserves, which was removed in the 2020 budget to offset the costs of the additional ambulances and the 4 staff that I just mentioned. Renewing this contribution to reserve will ensure the ongoing financial stability of the service by setting aside monies for asset renewal and achievement of long-term goals in the capital plan. The province has not yet confirmed the 2021 funding model, but it is assumed that, as in the past, the province will fund approximately 50% of the cost to operate the service. and the balance of the costs for the service are apportioned between the city and the county based on the current proportion of population. For 2021, the proportional cost sharing split is 27.5% for the county and 72.7% for the city. Paramedic Service Committee considered the 2021 paramedic service draft budget earlier this year and recommended a draft budget at its October 19th meeting. The city is considering the paramedic services budget at their finance estimates committee today, and will have an opportunity to respond or accept the budget recommended by committee. And I will just touch on the 2021 capital projects for the paramedic service. And they include stretcher replacements, defibrillator replacement, and replacement of Toughbook computers. And next slide. So recreation services is responsible for recreation programs, community development, recreation system administration, and aquatics. The division also has oversight for operation of the Scotland Community Centre and Paris Community Pool and Splash Pad, and acts as a liaison to social services. The 2020 accomplishments include implementation of a revised financial assistance program, the Brant Active School Travel Program, new virtual events for Pride and Back to School Carnival, and significantly adapted to changes in camps and programs, including online resources for recreation and community services via Rec at Home and Brant Cares web pages, virtual programming, rec lending program, and backyard community garden pilot program. In 2021, priorities include new recreation software implementation with ActiveNet, continued work on the community safety and well-being plan, development of a community volunteer strategy, as well as a mental health strategy and public art policy, expansion of the after-school program, which would be largely subject to pandemic circumstances. And this group is looking after implementation of the Bank the Table software. Next slide. So as I noted, the Recreation Services Group has been significantly impacted by closures and subsequent restrictions due to the pandemic. Staff anticipate restrictions continuing into 2021 and have accordingly reduced revenues from normal program registration numbers as well as expenses, as reduced programming will result in a reduction in part-time staff hours required, as well as materials, supplies, and contracted services. It does note there's a $10,000 decrease to federal provincial grants as a result of a grant fund for summer camp programming that is not available at this time. And in the materials and supplies, part of the reduction here was to transfer $30,000 that's set aside for the planting of 250 trees in honor of Earth Week. We weren't able to have that event this year, so we've transferred that money to a reserve and plan to do hopefully what we intended to do this year in 2021. The remaining reduction there is related to a decrease in camp program supplies due to anticipated ongoing restrictions. There's an increase in the external transfers related to matching actual funds attributed to the financial subsidy program. And I'd just like to note that the Safe Restart Fund that Robin spoke to in her budget presentation at the beginning of our meeting today, some of the funds from that reserve are noted here in this budget to offset our anticipated lost revenues due to the ongoing pandemic. And I'll take a moment to highlight some of the 2021 capital projects from this division. So there are monies included for landscaping at the Scotland Community Centre, replacement of recreation programs equipment, replacement of the diving board at the pool, and inclusion of a digital sign for the Scotland Community Centre. Next slide. So cemetery services. This division is responsible for the operation and maintenance of 37 cemeteries across the county of Brant, providing compassionate service for families and maintaining accurate records. 2020 accomplishments include maintaining operations through the COVID-19 pandemic and adhering to directives from the Bereavement Authority of Ontario. We also surveyed additional lands in preparation for expansion of the Oakland Cemetery. 2021 priorities include continued response as necessary to changing demands related to the pandemic, expansion of the Oakland Cemetery, and beginning preparations to open a new section at the Paris Cemetery. Next slide. So the cemetery budget. The budget includes some increase to revenues based on historical trends, with additional sales in cemetery plots and in foundation installations. The salaries and benefits have been adjusted for cost of living and grid step increases. Materials and supplies include increases to vehicle maintenance, tree planting, and the annual software support license for our stone orchard software. The contracted services include an increase to grass cutting costs in accordance with our contract. And there are also some additional fees for new foundations at our cemeteries. Our 2021 capital projects within this division include monies for fence replacements, fleet replacements, Paris Cemetery paving, Oakland Cemetery expansion, and some more replacements. Next slide. So parks and facilities. This division looks after maintenance and operation of our community centers, parks and trails, as well as the scheduling and booking of rental facilities. As the county continues to grow and attract new residents and visitors, parks, facilities, and trails are experiencing increasing usage year over year, which this year was exacerbated by the pandemic. 2020 accomplishments include adapting to changing requirements of the closing and reopening of parks and facilities at various times throughout the year due to COVID-19, developing many new procedures for public safety, completed several interior maintenance projects while the facilities were closed, ongoing review of development applications and park designs for new parks, and completed several capital projects throughout the year. The 2021 priorities include maintaining indoor and outdoor active spaces with COVID-19 procedures in place, construction of 4 new parks, including Granville, Rolane, Brookfield, Hartley Ave, Live at Scenic Ridge Gate, and Summit Park at Rest Acres Road. Replace and design and redesign for playgrounds and parks, and design new parks and trails. Next slide. So the proposed operating budget in 2021. So similar to recreation services, 2021 budget that is impacted by the ongoing effects of COVID-19 pandemic and associated restrictions. Staff have estimated a reduction in revenues, assuming that current restrictions remain in place. Reduced revenues are a result of fewer ice surface rentals, lack of concession sales, reduced public skating, and a decrease in room and hall bookings. This reduction has also been offset by a contribution from the Safe Restart Fund. Salaries and wages have been adjusted for cost of living and grid step movement. There are also one-time costs included for attendance at various facilities, noting this has been offset by the Safe Restart Fund. The reduction in materials and supplies is largely attributed to a decrease in concession and vending machine supplies, with the concession stands being closed. Some one-time costs are budgeted related to minor park improvements, such as signage, tree planting, and projects to improve lighting and transition to more energy efficient lighting in some of our facilities. Contracted service one-time costs are attributed to Sunny Hill Playground Park ground cover improvement and removal of light standards at the Onondaga Park as part of that project. The transfer to reserves has been removed. There has been a contribution made here the last few years to build funding to replace the turf at the Still Apps Community Center. And this money is now moved into a capital account. So I'll just take a moment to highlight some of the 2021 capital projects. The Parks and Trail project highlights include the 4 new park developments, as I previously noted. Fleet replacements, some work to the trail in Barker's Bush, Nith River Trail Lighting Project, and Oakland Playground replacement. The recreational facilities project highlights include replacement of the Burford Ice Resurfacer and chiller, Brant Sports Complex roof repairs, and BSC customer service desk renovation. I'll also take a moment here to note that there is one decision package in the budget under Community Protective Services for this area, and that is the decision to replace the Paris Lawn Bowling Club facility. This was a decision package originally last year in the 2020 budget, and it was determined last year to defer that decision to 2021. So that is why it is in the package as part of the decision packages. Staff do note that the timing for moving forward with this is awkward, just given the circumstances with the pandemic, and the club chose not to operate this year, I think out of a number of protocols that they would have required to adhere to, and some of the risks associated with operating. And that concludes my presentation. I know that's a lot of information. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
You've been a very busy department. Councillor Howes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Cindy. That is a lot of information. Thank you very much. Specific to right at the end there about the lawn bowling club, I do remember us having a conversation about this last year, and I remember the presentation from the consultant. Can you please refresh my memory on how it's 75 grand? Because it seemed to me like it was a much bigger project than that. Thank you.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the project is actually split over 2 budget years. The first year, the 75,000 is to hire someone to do the detailed design for the project and act as a project manager. and go through that process. And then in the following year, there would be, I think it's approximately $1 million budget for the actual capital construction.
Thank you.
Councillor Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, thank you for all that information. A couple questions I do have. On 8.4 in regards to fire services, 2021 priorities, you spoke of the recruit new firefighters, 30 new firefighters. I just want to confirm that is no net new positions, that is only to replace attrition, retirees, that sort of thing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor Pierce, that's correct. The fire master plan, there could be some discussion through that document on adding additional firefighters, but we're not at that point at this time.
Okay, that's where I was going. So that's perfect on that. And then on 8.11 for cemeteries, the grass cutting cost. Has there been any further discussions as to? I know in some other places of the county we've brought that back in house. Has there been any thoughts, considerations of bringing some of this back in house, or do we feel that we're getting the best bang for the buck, so to speak, because of where they have to go the distances to these other cemeteries and that sort of thing? Just curious if there's been any talk on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the grass cutting contract that we've had now for the last couple of years, I know we've been quite happy with the service. However, that being said, the CAO and the General Manager of Operations and myself do intend to meet to sort of touch base on the status of our turf maintenance and operation, and whether the status quo is the best route, or if we should be looking at a different approach and bringing more of it in-house.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gatward first, then Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, follow up on that cemetery question and the grass cutting and so on. Yeah, I've had good feedback on the cemeteries out in this area, with the exception of one cemetery and leaf cleanup, but I think we contract out a lot of cemeteries for $220,839. I'm not sure how many we do for $536,000 with our staff performing the work. But if there was going to be any discussion on changing that, I would like to see the numbers for staff costs for county cemeteries that are done by staff versus contracted cemeteries. But my other question was with respect to parks and facilities on page 8-12. We're planning, it said, as a priority to construct 4 new parks. The subdivisions that are listed through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, are those subdivisions completed? I'm wondering why we have to do 4 new parks in 1 year, especially a pandemic year. And normally in the past, I'm thinking about the Fox Hill Cemetery, Fox Hill Park. That park wasn't done until several years after most of the houses were built. So I'm just wondering about that. If you could answer those questions, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So with respect to the park construction, these are all various phases right now. There is a concept design and plan already put together by staff for the park at Roe Lane and Hartley Avenue. And we're just working on finalizing those, asking the public for some additional feedback, and would ask council to review or have a look at the final plan. There's also, I know, some grading work that is going on at the Summit Park. We don't have to build them all at once, but I think that, you know, we can accommodate this through different phases in the timeline, noting that the new residents in these areas are anxious. We do get quite a bit of questions and feedback as to when is our new park going to be ready. I think especially now, given that we're in this pandemic and, you know, the government is telling everybody to try and be outside as much as possible. And I'm sorry, your question about the cemetery, Councillor Gott, you were asking for some information on the comparison between in-house versus external contractors. Yeah, we would go through that exercise, noting that if you're bringing more work in-house, we would also require some additional equipment, and there'd be some capital costs associated with that. It wouldn't be entirely staff costs associated with that. So we'll have, you know, we would have to do some further analysis on the cost benefit.
Thank you, Cindy, for those answers. The other question I forgot with respect to those 4 parks, are those costs of those parks covered in full by the park charges through the DCs?
Yeah, I've just flipped to, through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry. I've just flipped through the capital project list. And
what page are you on?
I'm looking at 12.9.
Thank you.
So you can see PRT 22021, the Scenic Ridge Subdivision Lift Park. The expense is 260,000. The DC amount is 210, and the remaining is paid by debenture. So that is largely covered by development charges.
That particular part. Thank you. Yes, I didn't realize we were going to look at capitals, so I haven't got that far in my budget book yet, but I thought capital was going to be at the end. But thank you for that one park. And are the other ones here as well? Like, I guess some of them are just, like a parkette. Roe Lane Park is only a parkette, not a full-fledged park. Thank you, Cindy. I'll look that up for myself, the rest of the answers.
We can also pull that together and provide that. I just don't know off the top of my head the exact amounts.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gottworth. Thank you, Cindy. Councillor Bell, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Cindy. When I look at page 85 and 87 and I look at the lines transfer to reserves, there's quite a difference between what we transfer to reserves for paramedic services and what we transfer to reserves for fire services. Perhaps you can explain why there's such a difference and what the policy is with respect to fire services.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will do my best to answer this and may have to refer to the treasurer. So the paramedic service transfer to reserve is there to cover the full capital program, noting that we do receive monies back from the province, and it's an advantage for us to do so. The fire service, along with many other departments in the municipality, don't approach the capital program in the same manner, and don't have that transfer to reserve to cover what is in the capital program. And maybe I will defer to Heather to possibly explain that a little bit better than I have.
Thank you, Heather.
Mr. Mayor, and Cindy is correct, but just to expand a bit further, the funding from the province for paramedic services does not cover capital purchases. They just cover the amortization per se, so the use of the equipment. So how we fund that is we fund it as a transfer to reserve. So we build the transfer reserve up so we can make those purchases. So it relates definitely to the provincial funding model.
So to be clear then, if we want to buy new equipment for the fire services, it comes as a capital project to us?
Correct. It comes out of the capital levy.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Cindy? Councillor Wheat, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Mark or Steve might be able to answer this just as easy. Hartley Ave, not sure where it is, but I'm guessing that's up in on the west side of 24A, south of Watts Pond Road. Would I be correct? Thank you. Thanks, Steve.
Any other questions for Cindy? Seeing none, thank you for your report. Heather, if you could load the presentation, please, for Mr. Walton. Operation.
Okay, am I all rolling now?
You're rolling.
Okay, just using different technology here in the boardroom that I'm used to. So anyways, it's a pleasure to be here to present the operations budget to council today. As you can see, as everybody knows, operations department has operations admin, roads, which includes gravel pits, stormwater management, and fleet, environmental services, a new department this year, which has water, rural water, wastewater, and solid waste, infrastructure services, and property management. As with all the other departments, I'd just like to start off a presentation with saying that we do have frontline operations we do here for the citizens of Brant, and during the pandemic, our whole staff, right from the management down to our frontline workers, have done a great job. All our essential services have continued pretty much throughout the pandemic. Clearly, we had to alter how we did some of them, but I think that was done in a very efficient manner, and we've continued to this day to provide those services. Next slide. So quickly, operations admin. Operations admin actually provides services, customer service and administrative support to both operations and corporate services. As you note from the accomplishments in 2020, there's been a big increase in the service they've provided and for us in all manner of data that's shown there. Not a lot of change to this. It's this budget. It's mostly salary changes that would impact the 2021, and some added costs for cell phones, and computer software, which we needed for COVID. We will be bringing some suggestions to council in 2021 for improvements in how we do locates and efficiencies there, and I think we'll see some not necessarily cost savings, but some great improvements in services by what we're bringing together. And again, this group did an amazing job during COVID-19, and they've had to work some in and some out of the office, and providing customer service in that sort of a scenario is definitely challenging. But I don't think anyone from the outside really saw anything but a seamless service there. Next slide. Okay, I really talked to this one. Next slide. So roads. Just highlight a couple of things here. We did increase the winter seasonal staff during last operational period for winter, which we'll be coming back into again soon. I think that was a success. We did hire a corporate fleet manager, and the corporate fleet manager actually is providing service to all the departments now except fire and ambulance, and there is discussions with those departments as to what we can efficiently do for them as well. Priorities for 2021, you're going to see two of the things that are in here listed are about trees, and there is a decision package on trees, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. And Brant Safe Streets, continuation of that program, and the further implementation of the corporate fleet structure. The drivers on this budget are, we have a 6.5% increase, and it's driven really by three things: insurance premiums, our increased cost for salt, the revenue which we will no longer receive from Brantford now that we're not providing services to them anymore, and that service ceased on November 1st. And increase of contract service for catch basin cleaning and manhole replacements, and that report was just actually reviewed by council relatively recently. Next slide. So for roads, stormwater management and fleet, you'll note a net levy increase of 6.5%, total costs of increase of $595,000, and there's three things that pretty much add up to that. The increase in insurance premiums, the loss of revenue from Brantford services we used to provide, salt increase, and catch basin cleaning. Next slide, please. Environmental services, as I mentioned, environmental services is a new department in this budget. This is the first time it's been put together as one budget. It was a great accomplishment that they did seamlessly amalgamate these three divisions in 2020, all the while keeping compliance with provincial approvals on everything, and implementing other programs like styrofoam and construction, demolition, recycling programs, commissioning the water treatment plant and the elevated tank at the airport, which you see a nice picture of there. And the water meter project is nearing completion. In 2021, we're going to be seeking new efficiencies from the amalgamation of the service delivery, and what we talk about in there is cross-training staff, so they're working in different departments and bringing their skills to the other departments in different directions there. We hope to obtain the MECP approval of the Biggers Lane landfill expansion and start the design phase. We're working towards the blue box transition. We're going to be initiating the environmental assessment for wastewater capacity in Paris, and be undertaking plans for implementation of the Paris Master Servicing Plan, which, as you know, there's a special meeting on next Tuesday. Budget drivers, development in Paris has certainly taken up a lot of time of this group. A lot of infrastructure improvements and our operations at the Biggers Lane landfill. So with water, not a big change in the water budget. Next page, sorry. Very little change in the water budget. As noted previously, there is a rate study underway, which will come in front of council in 2021. Very little change in rural water. Next page. very little change in wastewater. So we've got 3 in a row there where there's not much change. For solid waste, which is the next page, please. We do have a large increase there. That's primarily $280,000 for leachate costs at the Biggers Lane landfill. Now we are seeing some improvement in the changed operations there and the amount of leachate that we've got, and we're hoping to see a decrease in that amount in 2021, and then hopefully in 2022 we should be have that situation under control. That's the hope. Got our fingers crossed. Page. Oh, one other thing going back, wastewater, just one highlight in wastewater. In 2021, we'll start to need to look at what we're going to do with our contract with Aqua there. That contract is good till the end of 2022, but certainly ahead of time, we'll be looking at what our options are there, discussing them with council. Next page. Infrastructure services, as everybody that travels the roads in Brant County knows, that they've been very, very, very busy. Airport, again, the airport water treatment facility was the actual construction was overseen by this group, and that's very near completion, and it has been commissioned. A bunch of bridges and streets, all listed there. And Rest Acres Road, King Edward Street, power line. As we know, that will not be completed this year, but in 2021 due to COVID. But the contractor has made great progress there, and we'll see a good product in place before winter sets in this year for us to use until they can complete it next year. Mostly next year will be finishing the last bit of 2 of the roundabouts and the paving and the landscaping. For 2021, some of our priority jobs. The urban section of Birch Road in Mount Pleasant, Laurel Street and Cedar Street in Paris, the Burford Water and Wastewater Servicing and Drainage Study, Gainesville Water Wastewater Servicing Class EA, Transportation Master Plan. We're still working away at the Asset Management Plan, and we will be hiring a consultant to design the implementation of Grand River Street North. There aren't a lot of budget drivers in infrastructure services, not really much change there. Most of the changes in staffing and whatever happened a year ago. So most of the impacts on the budget here would be more in the actual capital program. Oh, next page. So as you see here, there's very small changes in the budget, net budget here. Next page. Property management. Property management has done an amazing job with the recovery team in COVID-19. They're the ones that have been out there doing all of these improvements, all the markings and the plexiglass and all kinds of other changes in the facilities. Kudos to them. With a small team of 2 plus 1 part-time, they've done a great job. Certainly they've had a few contractors help along the way too. And they've been highly involved in the new OPP detachment and the 3 fire halls, which are all coming near completion. So the 2021 priorities would be the commissioning the new OPP detachment and the 3 fire halls, decommissioning of the existing facilities for those folks, and completing the upgrades to council chambers. And hopefully we'll soon be able to move back into there if we get this pandemic under control. Budget drivers will be a full year of expenses next year for the OPP building, and obviously a bigger building, significant increases on janitorial services there. And this group has the Airport Community Center, and they have had less revenue there. Full year of expenses at 28 Mechanic Street, which will be a vacant property. Next slide. Again, relatively small change overall, net levy change of 1.5%. So that's the end of the formal presentation there. I'll go over the decision packages next. We have three. The first I mentioned in the roads section was increased contracted services for forestry. Anyone that drives up and down the Brant County roads can see that there are a lot of dead, mostly ash trees, which are impacting us. We need to do more work on removing those trees, and we need to do it quickly. And we think that this will likely be a 5-year program, but as we go along in the years towards that, we'll know how long that's going to be. But right now we're proposing that this will be a 5-year program and that we need $200,000 a year. And by doing it this way, we actually have got some very good prices as well, and that's outlined in the decision package. Next, we have a decision package here, and for 3 frontline operational staff to be hired over the next 2 budget years. With the amount of growth and development that there's been, at some time there becomes a breaking point where you have to invest in more staff to take care of the increased roads and facilities that you have because of this. And what we're proposing is that there be 3 staff added to operations to do things like increased roads and sidewalk operations and maintenance, sewage collection system operation and maintenance, which have a very, very small contingent of staff to do. And again, in the locates. And in this locates, what we'll be doing, we'll be bringing back a proposal to do a different sort of system there, which would be way more efficient. And we feel we need to at least 1 FT to do this, but then other people will be repurposed throughout the organization to do their jobs more efficiently and not be running around doing locates and other jobs as well. We propose to add these FTEs over 2 years to mitigate the hit on the tax levy, and the cost would be listed above are funded by both taxation rates. The wastewater operator would be by rates. And the last decision package is 2 vehicles that would be required to be used by the operations of those additional staff. I know now we're supposed to go over the capital section, and we deliver most of the capital programs. We've got a lot here. I'm only going to highlight a couple of things here, and some of them have actually mentioned before. Laurel Street in Paris is proposed for reconstruction. Important project for us to get that pedestrian access for that whole south end of Paris down through the downtown. Birch Road urban section, again, an important section in Mount Pleasant, and it's a pedestrian walkway there that is lacking now to the park out on Birch Road. That's one of the drivers of that, and drainage improvements. The Falkland design will commence in 2021, and we may be able to get some utility relocations done and look towards 2022 for the major construction there. Jenkins Road and Brant Mill Road to improve access out in that area with the Brant Mill Bridge currently being closed. Cockshut Road, reconstruction of part of that. And the design and some property purchase for Grand River Street North. I think that those are my highlights out of the capital, and certainly I'm willing to answer any questions on other things that are in there. There's certainly a big long list of things that we have proposed, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Rob. Councillor, how is your first, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Rob. Thanks for the presentation, Rob. A great deal of what your people do is invisible to the community and ends up being thankless. And a lot of the other things that you guys do is very visible to the community and still ends up being thankless. So I'll say thank you for all that all of your people do and all the different divisions. I have 2 specific questions specific to environmental services is the first one. Can you, as we plan and budget for next year, do you have a prediction on when the Paris landfill site will end up being, I think it's still 1 day a week access. And I'm actually surprised that I don't get more inquiries about that, but it does come up, and I'm just wondering how I can answer that. And then I have another question after that one.
Through the mayor to Councillor House. So the situation we're talking about here is the COVID related change in service, which has Biggers Lane open during the week and Paris open on Saturdays, whereas traditionally Biggers would have been open on Saturdays as well, and Paris would have been open 3 days a week. So we just haven't been able to staff those to accommodate that during this time. So one thing that I can tell people, which will be advertised soon, is we are going to go out and have Biggers Lane open for at least November 28th on the Saturday coming up, and we'll be advertising that quite shortly to give people a fall chance. And if that works out all right, we may do a second one before the end of the year. Our plan would be to watch how things are going through the winter, which is usually a slower time for them anyways, and look towards gearing up in the spring. But these decisions are all made by the EOC at this time, and we just had that discussion about Biggers this week and have decided that we will do an opening on November 28th, and that will be advertised. You'll see it very soon.
Thanks, Rob. The Paris landfill station, or dump as I grew up calling it, is a beautifully engineered facility, and I'm sure there'll be people who look forward to seeing how that might open up in the spring. My second question is specific under the property management category. How soon might we expect to see the public having access to increased municipal parking downtown in the OPP parking lot? We've had a few, it's become a little bit of a hot topic with the perception that some existing parking spots in downtown Paris are being taken up by construction workers. And the sooner we can get access to some additional parking down there, the better. I was wondering if you have a prediction on that one.
Through the mayor to Councillor House, I don't have a prediction, but I think you'll see a report coming on this relatively shortly, where we'll be making some predictions.
Thank you.
Councillor Weech, you're next.
Through the mayor to you, Rob, just a suggestion. When you mentioned about removal of the dead trees birch trees along our roads, apparently there's a few along some of our trails too. Maybe that could be coordinated with our community services department.
Okay.
No, not looking for an answer.
Any other questions for Rob? Councillor Miller, please. And then Councillor Pierce.
Just, yeah, a couple questions, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Through to Rob. First question, how many roads or how many kilometers of roads were converted from gravel to hardtop in 2020? And how many are budgeted to be done in 2021?
Through the mayor to Councillor Miller. I'll have to get you that number. I don't have it off the top of my head of what happened in 2020, but we certainly can get that. We have budgeted for 230,000 in the budget for our gravel to hard surface conversion again in 2021. We haven't determined which roads it would be, and obviously there'd be a report to council on that. And the section of Jenkins Road from Brant Mill to Cockshut is proposed, as I mentioned that as a budget highlight. So that is proposed, and that's got a budget for it, and we have 230,000. I can't remember off the top of my head how many kilometers were converted in 2020, but we did put a report to council, and those projects all did get done.
No, I remember the report. That was a while ago, and just so you know, just because we're not meeting in person, we don't have our public works meetings anymore. There's still pressure from the public to get that done, just so you know, because I hear it every week. And then the second question, this is, to me, it's long overdue as far as the forestry management goes. Putting aside 200,000, because I've talked about it ad nauseum. There's a lot of dead trees in our county, and if we don't manage them, you know, sometimes they go down on power lines, and sometimes they go down on where you don't want them to go down at the wrong time. So I think it's great to be proactive. Having said that, has thought been given to maybe taking somebody on as a forest manager? So that would be their job, to go around to do the tree cutting, to do the forest management, to just basically look after forest. So was thought given to that versus this approach where we 200,000 set aside and it's all contracted out?
Through the mayor to Councillor Miller, yes, that has been looked at. One of the reasons we're bringing forward this proposal at this time now, anyways, is we've got such a fantastic price for what we're doing right now that we need to take advantage of that. And sometime over this period of time, we could change that strategy. We just need the resources to be able to do it. But our resources to implement a forestry division are a lot more than $200,000 a year. So that's a bigger picture question that we would need to look at. And I know that I have had detailed discussions with Cindy and with Michael about this matter. And but we feel that it's very important right now to proceed with this contracted service just to get this going for now. Just to get the backlog. Okay, fair enough. But I mean, as far as the forestry management goes, I mean, you know yourself, we're not well forested. We're way below where we should be. A lot of our trees are in terrible health. So again, going back to what I talked to Michael earlier in this meeting about, keep in mind, you know, maybe we don't need all the office space. Maybe we could keep somewhere in our mind the thought to make maybe better forest management practices down the road. So something to think about. But anyways, I'm just, like I said, I'm thrilled about, I was thrilled to see that item on the decision package. So, okay, thank you, Rob. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Pierce, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, a couple of questions to Rob. On 7.6, as far as it's got environmental services there, and it's got a picture of the water tower at the airport. Can you explain, I've had a couple of questions as to why the top of it is painted as it is and why the County of Brant logo and location is not on it like other ones?
Through the mayor to Councillor Pierce, this painting scheme is directed by Transport Canada. The proximity to the airport, we had no choice about that. So we're limited as to what we can do there. And it was all dictated by that. To tell you the truth, when I first saw what the scheme was going to be, and with this different type of a tower we're building here, which is the glass-lined steel structure, I thought this structure was going to look terrible. It looks a lot better than I thought it was going to. When you see it out there, and the beauty of this structure is, you know, we've got money in our budget here to this year again to repaint. Now St. George will be the next one we need to do some fix up on. This one here, this glass line steel needs to be cleaned, not repainted. So this is a different direction we're going in. It'll save maintenance over the lifespan of it substantially.
Right, I appreciate that. I thought it was to do with something like that, but I know I've had a few inquiries on it, so thanks for that clarification. And then secondly, just a comment, if I could, a quick shout out to your team. Quick phone call the other night to Greg Demers. Somebody took out the stop sign at the bottom of Mile Hill, and within the hour, somebody was there fixing that up and putting a temporary one up. So I just wanted to say thank you to them for the speedy fix up of that, what could have been a dangerous situation with no stop sign at the bottom of the hill at nighttime. So just wanted to shout that out.
Thank you, Councillor Pierce.
They do a great job.
Councillor Bell, you're first, and Councillor Gatward, please. Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Rob. Two questions, one on the capital budget. I don't see Cedar Street in the capital budget for roads. Is it hidden somewhere else?
I believe the scenario here, and the treasurer can help me out with this. Cedar Street was actually budgeted for last year, so it's already in the capital budget.
But I didn't see it in the extended capital budget where it shows you money that's already been put aside before.
Heather, can you speak to that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. If the budget has, the Cedar Street has already been approved in a prior year, and if no additional funds is being added in the next 5 years, it does not show on the list.
Okay, but it is there.
It is there.
There are lots of people in Cedar Street that are coming to a meeting in a couple of weeks' time. It will be very good, very glad to know that. Thank you. Second question was on solid waste. The biggest contributor to the increase in net levy from operations is the contracted services for solid waste. And you may have explained this already once, Rob, but could you just tell me again what the $281,000 increase is?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell, the majority of that cost is our contracted services for hauling the leachate to the Paris wastewater treatment plant.
So that gives us a pretty significant incentive to try and find a better solution that would reduce that number, because that's 10% of the total increase in net levy.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell, absolutely. And as I said, we are making progress on that. We're hoping to see cost decreases in 2021. We can't promise them, but as we change the footprint there, the situation is getting better. And we had a drier summer this year, which helped us out as well. And so, you know, we're crossing our fingers and our toes and everything else that things are getting better here. Eventually, when we have the footprint of that open area closed up, the problem will be done. And good. That hopefully will be in 2022.
Thanks, Rob.
Of course, that means that the landfill's nearly full too. So it's a two story.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Gottward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Rob. I'm pleased to see that the new water tower has been commissioned. Does that mean now that the builders for those 3 subdivisions out in that area that have been waiting for years could finally start working on their subdivisions? And the second part of my question is the increased water supply that the tower provides, has that now cured all the fire services quantity needs?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gottward. So there's 2 questions here as about when the subdivisions, and I understand there's probably at least 3 of them, when they can go ahead. Yes, they can go ahead now, pending their other approvals. Obviously, there's other issues they've got to resolve, but there's no water issue for them now. And secondly, you asked about the fire flow requirements in that area. In this area, there's one customer which dominates the requirement for fire flow, and it's actually very close to the water tower. And this was all designed around that scenario. One interesting note, and I won't take long on this, about this water tower. This water tower, because of that fire flow requirement and because of the low usage at this time with all those developments, we had a real tightrope to go on as to how big to design it so we didn't have it too big and would never turn the water over. Well, by doing this steel tank, this actually has a one increase in size designed into it. So in the future, we can actually make this tank bigger by adding rings to the steel tank at the top of it. And I know that was discussed before at Public Works, but it's an interesting scenario and I think a very creative solution for that area.
Thank you, Rob. And so all the industry out in the airport area has all the water they need for fire services. That's very good to hear. Thank you.
Any other questions for Rob? Seeing none, thank you for your report, Rob. Thank you for your good work. Heather Boyd, if you could load the presentation for Heather Mifflin, please.
Mayor, I'm just going to work through external agencies. They're listed on your screen. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So these are a summary of the external agencies. So starting at the top is library, and Kelly has spoken to library. The next group, the Brant County Health Unit, social services, so childcare, social assistance, social housing, and John Noble Home. They are still in their budget processes. and have draft budgets, but they have not submitted anything to the county at this point. So I have used an estimate of a 2.5% increase. This is what city guidance to their budget staff has been. So that's what I used as an estimate. The budget, I expect to receive numbers or amounts from these areas by November 30th, as that's when they're required to submit their draft proposals to the city. Provincial Offences Act, I haven't increased it. I don't think we'll achieve our number in 2020. I'm not sure how it will play out. The pandemic will impact provincial offenses and the court system in 2021. So we have left it unchanged. Now the next group, conservation authorities and MPAC, they are all impacted by the positive assessment growth of the county. So the GRCA, they have a draft budget that has an increase of 2.5, but because the county's assessment has grown greater than the other municipalities in the watershed, it has resulted in a 4% increase to the county levy from GRCA. Similarly, Long Point has set a 2% or lower target for their draft levy. But again, because the county's assessment growth is greater than the others in the other municipalities in the watershed, our increase is 5.3. MPAC, they have set a 0% increase to their overall municipal levy, but the county has, with its assessment growth, we're expecting a 2.1% increase there. Now moving down to OPP. So the OPP contract is 5.37 million, which is slightly lower than 2020. And then included in here is the OPP enhancements of $356,808. And that was an improved decision package in 2020. Also in here, but overseen by property management, and Rob mentioned this as a budget driver, there's 68,000 in here for the additional janitorial services for the new OPP station. And then the last line, the Police Services Board have added 2,000 for legal services for the board. That's it.
Questions for Heather, please.
We're getting there. But sandwich would be nice. I'll be good.
Councillor McAlpine, you need to be muted.
Oh, sorry.
Are there any questions for Heather? Seeing none?
Oh,
Okay.
well, sorry.
Councillor Gatward?
Thank
Councillor
you.
Gatward, there you go.
So will we get a presentation from the social services regarding housing, social assistance, and the child care? That is over $2 million, Mr. Mayor. And I would like to hear from them of what is happening with their budgets, what they're doing. We don't know that information, or is that coming forward at another meeting?
I'm not sure. I've spoken with the Children's Aid 2 days ago about their future plans, which do include us. But we're very early in our budget process here. But I have been in touch with social services, and they're very anxious to speak to us again soon. Michael, I don't know if you have any answers about the other pieces.
Thank you, Your Worship. So where it was left in the original budget direction is that staff were not recommending the external agencies to come in and do presentations, but that is council's decision. So I think council, if council wants to have the treasurer reach out to the external agencies and request them to come in and do presentations, it should be in the form of a motion, I believe. And then we can schedule that time and have that discussion.
Councillor Miller?
Mr. Mayor, further to what Councillor Gatward said, the John Noble Home has a committee, and they look at their budget and they approve it or don't approve it, whatever. Conservation authorities, same thing. They look at their budget. Brant County Health Unit, same thing. Library, same thing. But going back to social services, it's about 2.3 million. We at social services don't even see that budget because it is it's under the jurisdiction of the city of Brantford. That's how that's structured. So I would move a motion that at least social services be requested to present at our council. So not only can members who aren't on social services, but members that are on social services can at least ask questions and see the numbers. Because like I say, you yourself know, Mr. Mayor, that being on social services, you don't even get to see the budget. So I'll make that a motion.
I'm looking for a seconder and Councillor LaFerriere, please.
Can I speak? Can I speak to it though?
Sure, you can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In addition to that, it's my understanding that the city of Brantford is actually fairly late on their budgeting process, so I don't even know if those numbers exist in the form that we or they can see them. However, when we run a service like paramedic services, we have it ready early at the behest of the city. So it's really tough going into this one blind on such a big item. And yes, we're somewhat blind anyway, often on this, but we're especially blind this budget, which can be understandable because of COVID, much the same way you'd see with other things like paramedic services. But it'd be nice to know.
Yeah. Councillor Gatward, you have something to say?
Well, I was seconding it, but Councillor Ferrier seconded it.
Oh, okay. No, I think Councillor Miller is right. We are on this committee with millions of dollars and we just don't know anything. And we don't have the votes at the table to win anything. So we are truly at the mercy of the city, which doesn't seem right no matter how you slice, but it's the way it ended up being. So something for us to think about going forward. We have it on the table. It's being seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? We got 2 opposed. Yep, there we go. It's carried. Thank you. Any other questions for Heather? Seeing none, we'll move forward. Thank you, Heather. Councillor Miller, you have a resolution for us to go in camera, I would hope.
I do. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Wheat, that County of Brant Council convene in camera to discuss a labor relations employee negotiations matter.
Thank you. All those in favor? Madam Clerk, could you stop? Madam Clerk, can you roll the film, please?
Yep, video is now started.
Thank you. Number 8, next steps. Michael?
Thank you, Your Worship. So first of all, I'd like to thank Council for your patience today. I thought the meeting moved along very well, and I appreciate everyone who made this work as well as it did. So in terms of next steps, we have the intent that was laid out in the original budget direction was that having received the information on the base budget, Council would give us some idea on whether you wanted substantive changes to come back or whether you just wanted to proceed with the plan as it is. Noting that the next, I believe, based on what I heard today, there is some further information that staff will circulate out to Council on a number of things that we would be asking the city department, social services, housing, and children's services to come and do a presentation at one of your future meetings. And then, of course, the decision packages would have to be reviewed and considered. So again, now would be Council's time to give us further direction on anything that you felt you would like, or to just receive the draft, the base budget as outlined, pending further information, and to proceed with consideration of the budget in your next meetings.
Comments to Michael? Suggestions? Councillor Howes?
I'd like to make a motion if that's okay.
That would be great.
I move that we receive the preliminary budget as outlined and encourage staff to continue on that path. Looking for a seconder.
Yeah, Councillor Weech, your seconder. Any more discussion? Councillor Gatward, you wanted to discuss something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so at a future meeting, we would have the questions from today's meeting that couldn't be answered. They will be answered to all of council members. The city could present their social services, etc. budget to our council. And could we ask questions about capital?
Michael?
At the next meeting?
Your worship, through you, certainly council can ask questions about anything at any time. Our intent was to do, basically assume that council has reviewed during today's presentation, was that council had reviewed the capital budget. Most of the general managers highlighted their major projects in it. And but the council can, there's opportunity at the next meeting to ask further questions about the capital budget if that's council's desires.
It wasn't on the agenda. That's why I asked that question, Mr. Mayor. So that's great that we can ask questions at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bell, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Michael, the one piece of the capital budget we didn't talk about was the 5-year forecast, but I think it seems to be intimately connected to your financial plan. And I just wonder whether it's premature to actually spend a lot of time looking at that 5-year forecast. I mean, there's some really big items in there that might disappear. We talked a little bit about better use of office space. And there's a $20 million item there for new offices in 22 and 23. And maybe we should just hold off on that until you've got your financial plan and do that review at the same time.
Michael?
Yes, through you, your worship, but I think that's a great comment. And we present the 5-year capital plan not for approval, but for information. I think it's part of the budget to show. I think councillors, when they look at the current capital plan and wonder where another capital project that they assume or assume is pending or want to make sure that's pending, that we show you what the longer term outlook on capital projects are. I don't believe, and the treasurer could correct me if I'm wrong, that we've ever approved the 5-year capital plan, because it is an evolving document. It's going to change every single year based on need, capital inspections, the bridge needs study and the road needs study. Things like that are going to influence, and our ongoing work with the asset management plan. So I think it is just presented for your information and as a planning and understanding tool for capital works in the future.
But bearing in mind this is a public document, we do set some expectations, and I think it's just probably appropriate to make sure those expectations are fully and properly understood.
Yeah. Any other questions for Michael? We have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And carried. Thank you. I think in another year we might have wanted more details or more commitment on a couple of items, but this COVID-19 thing is so fluid, and we don't know anything about it. We don't know anything about how long it's going to be here, and the financial. Luckily, as I said before, that the provincial government has given us enough money for now. But what's going to happen this time next year if things don't get better or get different? So I think you've done a wonderful job trying to predict the future, because that's all you're really doing. And I think that if we understand moving forward, we're doing the best we can with what the staff think it's going to look like. And really, at the end of the day, none of us know anything about what it's going to look like. So we have to put, at some point, our faith in someone. So it might as well be Michael and his staff, the senior staff. So thank you, Michael. And I would now like to have a motion, please, from Councillor Coleman to reconvene.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Pierce, that the committee rise from the hall and back in open session.
Everyone Thank you. All those in favor? The last thing on our agenda is to find another time to meet. Madam Clerk and Michael, have you decided on a date for us to meet again? I believe I saw the 25th somewhere. Oh, December the 3rd.
December the 3rd is the next budget meeting we've got scheduled. We do have council meetings on the 17th and 24th of November.
Right. Everyone's good for December the 3rd to do this again? Yeah, okay, I got some thumbs up, some head shaking in the right direction. Thank you. I'd like to have a motion to adjourn. Councillor Miller.
Well, I'll be late on the 3rd. I got another meeting on the same day. So.
Okay. Do you want us to just talk about other things until you get here, or can we begin without you?
Well, you got quorum, you do what you want, but I'm just letting you know I will be late. So.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Who gave me that motion to adjourn? Councillor Pierce. Thank you. Thank you, Michael and Heather, for everything you've done to put this together today. I think we are adjourned. Thank you.
Great session all. Have a great day.
Thank you,
Mark,
everybody.
before you sign up, Mark, are you still there, Mark?